Chapter 674. F***ck, aren't you afraid of getting beaten up? Lu Qing, who was supposed to be celebrating, was shocked by Coach Lu Yan's reaction. He forgot what he was supposed to do. The Shangqing sect substitutes didn't look too happy. Even the monks, Yun Yan and Ming He, had unfriendly looks in their eyes. If a fight breaks out, the referee won't be able to stop it. You're in your 40s or 50s and have seen all kinds of storms. Do you have to be so agitated? Look at Sister Ning and the Dragon King. They're just like kids. Lu Qing subconsciously complained. He turned his gaze and saw Empress Luo, Ning Zitong, walking back. He quickly went up to her and praised her with a smile. I thought you would lose that move just now, Sister Ning. Supported by her disciple, Guojia, Ning Zitong replied with a smile, I was waiting for that move of his. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lasted much longer. How did you know Peng Liyun would use that move? Lu Qing blurted out in surprise. Ning Zitong took a deep breath to cover up the pain in her body. She chuckled and said, given his personality, he would definitely use it unless he didn't fight or didn't gain anything. How could he resist not using it, trying it, and putting it into practice? Why does she sound so familiar? Lu Qing was shocked again. There was nothing wrong with describing priest in this way. But to say that everyone knew about it, looking at Lu Qing's dumbfounded expression, Ning Zitong half-joked and half-explained, do you think we don't research our juniors' personalities, habits, and fighting styles? After confirming that Peng Liyun had a higher chance of winning, I started thinking about many things. I've eaten salt before. Anyway, I'm very knowledgeable. TSK, as expected of the previous mighty ones. Priest is being targeted. What a wily old fox. Lu Qing was enlightened. Immediately, he had a question that he was too embarrassed to ask. What kind of personality do I have in the eyes of the older martial artists? What kind of habits do I have? What kind of fighting style do I belong to? At this moment, Ning Zitong was disturbed by Lu Yan's celebration. She glared at him. This person is really the same as before. Don't worry about him. If he gets beaten up later, don't worry about him either. All right. Before Lu Qing could finish his sentence, he saw the Dragon King, Qin Chitao, who had been sitting steadily like a mountain with his sternum broken, slowly stand up. His face was solemn, but he seemed to be impatient as he walked towards the Shangqing sect seats. After this match, the Longhu Club's World's #1 title was in the bag. Qin Chitao stopped in front of Taoist Wu Guang and cupped his hands. Then, he went to warrior sage Qian Donglu and did the same without any expression on his face. In a trance, Lu Qing seemed to smell a little joy and smugness, but he also felt that it was his imagination. If the Dragon King lost and the warrior sage came to greet him, he would definitely leave in a huff and wouldn't consider anything else. However, the warrior sage was not only lazy, he was also someone who cared a lot about his reputation and image. As he pondered, Lu Qing saw Qian Donglu return the greeting gracefully and say a few words of congratulations and modesty, even though his face was dark and gloomy. Excellence in one, complexity in a variety. Qin Chitao nodded slightly and didn't say anything else. He repeated his words, looked around, nodded in acknowledgement, and turned to leave. Lu Qing vaguely saw warrior sage Qian Donglu's forehead twitch a little. At the same time, he caught a glimpse of Coach Lu Yan celebrating in front of the Shangqing sect members. He paused in confusion and sized them up. He looked lost, as though he had forgotten his original goal. No one noticed that after the Dragon King cupped his hands, Taoist Wu Guang let out a long sigh and slowly walked towards the passageway leading down the mountain. Lu Qing looked around, gathered up his mixed feelings of joy and emotion, and came to Peng Liyun's side. Before he could open his mouth, the young martial artist, who was always in a daze, said in a slightly confused tone, "That's right. I think I can win this match, haha, this kind of Taoist is rare." Lu Qing almost laughed out loud. He replied seriously, "You're being targeted. Empress Luo is waiting for you to use that move." "I see." If only I had waited a little longer, perhaps the outcome would have been different. Compared to Ning Zitong, who needed support, Peng Liyun was at least able to walk and jump despite his serious injuries. He couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Lu Qing couldn't help but grumble, "Why didn't you tell me that you've comprehended the forbidden sect, Shangqing chapter? Didn't I tell you?" Peng Liyun's attention was diverted. He frowned and fell into deep thought. Then he answered his own question. "I was just about to type this a while ago when I suddenly thought of a recent astronomical discovery, that was it." Then, as usual, Lu Cheng was about to complain when Peng Liyun retracted his thoughts and sighed with a smile. "Otherwise, you would have left me in the dust. You created your own path, mixing martial arts and cultivation. After reaching physical invulnerability, you improved the fastest among the three of us." Lu Qing didn't hide his path from Peng Liyun and Ren Li. With their current status, strength, and insight, they would be able to hear and see something. "So you succeeded in comprehending it?" Lu Qing wanted to cover his face and sigh. "Taoist is really hot on my heels. In today's match, Warrior Sage, who had the home field advantage, was indeed better than Dragon King. Wuguang Taoist was also slightly better than Empress Luo. Lu Cheng was the only one who could beat Taoist by a little." Based on the analysis of the cards, the chances of Longhu's side winning were next to none. However, by relying on targeted arrangements and accurate judgment when Yun Yen gave up on Peng Liyun, Longhu still won by a hair's breadth in the end. I'm about to become the champion of my first top-level professional tournament. I'm about to become a member of number 1 in the world." Lu Qing felt as though he had just woken up from a dream. He was momentarily stunned. Perhaps it was because he had just participated in a match, but he wasn't emotionally prepared enough. Since they were in someone else's sect, the members of Longhu Club didn't stay long. They quickly went down the mountaintop and met up with their respective assistants. "You're so happy." Lu Qing glanced at Almond's expression and asked casually as he sat by the window. Almond didn't hide her joy. Smiling, she said, "Number 1 in the world. And, we have a bonus. This isn't a small amount." "No wonder." Lu Qing nodded in realization. "No wonder you're happier than me." At this moment, his phone signal had been restored. He had received many congratulatory messages. In a flash, Lu Qing saw Yan Zhika setting off firecrackers expression. "You're the champion of your first top-level professional tournament." "That's exactly what I thought." Lu Qing sighed while covering his face. "I'm still a little dazed after just one match." Hee, you'll get used to it. There will be more in the future." Covering mouth and laughing expression, Yan Zhika replied. "Tell me. Have you ever dreamed of becoming the champion of a top-level professional tournament? Does this count as your first dream coming true?" "I have. But this time doesn't count. Wait until I become the main force." Clenching fist expression, Lu Qing replied. "Yeah." Eyes shining expression, Yan Zhika replied. "Then let me ask you, how does it feel to fight the warrior sage?" I'm still a distance away from him. I'm thinking, could Priest be the illegitimate son of the warrior sage? They're really similar in some ways." Lu Qing snickered. "He said he would use his left hand to fight me, and he really did use his left hand most of the time. Even if his right arm was injured, he still had a lot of options. It wasn't that the warrior sage's left hand wasn't powerful. It was comparable to other people's well-honed physical invulnerability secret arts. But there was no need to be so limited. Sect style, I guess." Yan Zhika replied hesitantly. She then asked with some doubt, "What about fighting Taoist Wuguang? I always felt that this senior was nothing special. How did he become the leader of Shangqing sect and a titled Mighty One?" Lu Qing recalled carefully and suddenly realized. He used the sword manipulation technique. He had the supernatural ability to make people forget and ignore him. I have to record it in my notebook. I almost forgot about it. Luckily, Kuku reminded him. He quickly pulled out his notebook, intending to write down what he had learned and experienced. So impressive. Oh right, what's with the notebook? You've never mentioned it before. Dumbstruck expression, Yenjika replied. Lu Qing scratched his head and smiled foolishly. I've mentioned it before. It's a notebook that records ordinary details. For example, things between us, the chat records I often send, and he even kept and collected these, much more detailed than me. Yenjika's mouth was half open and her eyes were shining. She said, "Come, let me appraise it." The couple reminisced about the sweet memories of the past. Their conversation wandered until the girl left for the summit. After chatting with Kai Zongming and the others for a while, Lu Qing put away his phone and looked out of the window. The mountains were clear and misty, surrounded by clouds. What a beautiful day. He couldn't help but sigh. The next step was to wait for Ko to return to China for the winter holidays. Chapter 675. After a short rest and stabilizing of their injuries, the Longhu Club members left the hotel in the coaster and began their journey back south. By the time they reached Huacheng, it was already late at night. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was the middle of the night. I'll sleep in the club's room tonight. Lu Qing walked out of the car and looked up at the sky. Dragon King, Qin Qitao, and Empress Luo, Ning Zitong, were both severely injured. They alighted at the club's affiliated hospital. Although their self-healing abilities were strong and they could recover quickly by themselves, as martial artists, they had to have enough self-awareness. That is, if they could recover a little earlier, they had to do so. If they could reach their peak condition a little earlier, they had to do so earlier. Accidents wouldn't wait for you, and neither would your enemies. Any mighty one with rich experience in war-torn zones understood this, including Qin Qitao, Geyser Shi, Lu Qing, Peng Liyun, and Ren Li. Therefore, using modern medical technology to speed up the recovery of injuries was a natural choice. Even the proud and awkward Dragon King wouldn't reject it. Hearing Lu Cheng's words, Coach Lu Yen shook his head and muttered, "At times like this, I need the bed I'm most familiar with." With that, he got his personal chauffeur to drive the SUV over and drove away from the entrance. "All right, I'll get old Zhao to rest first." Alman turned around and jogged a few steps to inform the chauffeur, Zhao Zhenhua. "Let him give you a ride," Lu Qing instructed with a smile. "It's fine, I'll sleep in the club too. I have a room in the assistant team. It's already 2 in the morning. Instead of going back and forth, I might as well get more sleep." Alman was in a good mood. Lu Qing didn't nag her. After seeing that Guo Jie had also chosen to stay in the club, he passed through the guarded door and took the elevator to the 5th floor. He planned to tidy up and rest. Yenjika had just finished her dinner and was listening to the upcoming meeting. Lu Qing, who was full of energy after a deep sleep in the car, suddenly felt a little bored. At this hour, other than a few night owls, no one he knew was active. Lu Qing stood by the window and looked at the lake in the distance. He looked at the flashing neon lights and the quiet and cold darkness. For some reason, he felt like he was the only one sober when everyone else was drunk. Priest didn't relax at all. Instead, he used me as a small target and exploded with even stronger and more persistent motivation. This time, they were able to win against the High Clarity sect mainly because of luck. If their superclass Taoist Yun Yen was not injured, everything would definitely be different. I did pretty well in this match and defeated the warrior saint, who only had a sliver of health left. However, the gap between us was still very obvious. He had to guard against arrogance and rashness, and continue to work hard. Lu Cheng was suddenly in high spirits. He picked up his phone and sent a message to his little fairy. "I slept too much. I'm going to train. I have a big goal. I want to catch up with the Dragon King and the Warrior Sage." After a while, Yenjika sent a smiley face emoji. "Does that mean we should get high?" Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. He put away his phone, changed into his martial arts suit, and walked down the safety passage to the bottom floor. He passed through the cloister and arrived at the entrance of the volcano laboratory. There were people on duty 24 hours a day, which was the Dragon King's request. After keying in the password and going through the scan, Lu Qing entered this place that had a sci-fi feel to it. He instructed the staff to activate volcano mode. In one of the silver-white metal rooms, the heat was slowly eroding, gradually becoming scalding hot. Before long, the density of the air changed, causing the light to turn into a haze. Lu Cheng's long and deep breaths began to slow down. It seemed that he had to filter the air before he dared to let the air into his body to prevent it from burning his fragile body. Red and orange colors swam before his eyes. Lu Cheng felt as if he was completely engulfed in flames. His skin and pores were burning painfully. Invigorated, he activated Emperor Yen Force and controlled the flames around him. He tamed them like a child's toy and let them roam happily on his clothes. The temperature rose higher and higher until it reached a limit. Lu Cheng endured the burning sensation all over his body, got into a stance, and started practicing his punches and kicks. After the battle with the warrior sage, he realized that his opponent's ability to control the environment was very strong. Unlike himself, his supernatural ability and heaven and earth blessing were simply mixed together and didn't achieve the effect of 1 + 1 = 2. More importantly, the warrior sage had turned his own experience, thoughts, and understanding into moves that were closely connected to his surroundings. Therefore, it was mysterious and full of hidden changes. It was very much like the connection between man and nature. This is something I can't compare to him in. Apart from the training of my mind, I can't slack off in other areas. As he thought about it, Lu Qing became more serious in his training. There wasn't a single drop of sweat on his body because it evaporated as soon as it came out. After an unknown period of time, he finally felt tired. He stopped his training and turned off volcano mode from the inside. Not bad. He smiled and warmed up his punches and legs. He slowly walked out of the laboratory and saw Guojia outside. Guojia expected to see Lu Qing coming for morning training, but she didn't expect him to leave. She was a little stunned and blurted out, "So early?" "You're pretty early too," replied Lu Qing with a smile. She's indeed a martial arts fanatic. Just watching from the side made her work harder. Guojia frowned slightly and didn't say anything else. She stepped into the volcano laboratory. Lu Qing laughed and walked into the quiet and empty corridor. The sky was still dark. The moon was low, and the stars were low. The faint light shone in quietly, dragging his shadow long. There was a hint of excitement in his tiredness. Lu Qing felt the cool breeze. His footsteps suddenly became lighter, as if the morning sun was coming after a long journey. At this moment, he had that feeling of, my future is not a dream. The next day was Monday. As usual, Lu Qing participated in the guidance class of the reserve team as a physical invulnerability mighty one. Unexpectedly, he saw a familiar face among Tu Zheng and the others. It was the elegant and handsome Li Xiaoyuan, who looked like an immortal with his long hair draped over his shoulders. Li Xiaoyuan, the Li Xiaoyuan whose aesthetic taste had always left him dumbfounded, the Li Xiaoyuan whom he had met at the Martial Sage Candidate Challenge tournament in Yanling. Isn't he from Haiyuan Club? Lu Qing muttered to himself, but he didn't show it on his face. Only when the guidance class ended did he stop Li Xiaoyuan and drag him to a corner. You're here to observe. Exchange learning, replied Li Xiaoyuan with a smile. Li Xiaoyuan chuckled and replied, the higher-ups said that we can barely be considered as part of the same system and have some connections, so we need to interact more. So I was sent here. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched. I just poached Optimus Prime, and now I'm sending you here. Are you trying to make enemies? SSS, you guys will fight? Li Xiaoyuan seemed to be shocked. He widened his eyes and asked, but it wasn't clear if he was really afraid or just joking. Lu Cheng's face darkened. How would a physical invulnerability mighty one have the time to deal with you? Have some dignity. Following which, he pouted and pointed at Jia Lu and the rest. I'm afraid the members of the reserve team will get hot-blooded. They. Li Xiaoyuan followed Lu Cheng's gaze, ran his fingers through his hair, and clicked his tongue. Then, he replied with interest, that's pretty good. Why does this guy look like he's not afraid of trouble? To think that he looks like Renli, quiet and gentle. Lu Cheng took a deep breath and invited Li Xiaoyuan out for seafood as a host. In a seafood restaurant that Lu Cheng had verified, Li Xiaoyuan was holding a mantis shrimp that was much bigger than a palm. He smiled and said, I heard that there's a special way to eat this. You can use a pair of chopsticks to get rid of the shell. Isn't that simple for us? Lu Cheng chuckled and pressed down with his finger. A faint purple line of fire spread rapidly, and the mantis shrimp's hard shell opened completely, revealing the plump and fair flesh. Lu Cheng stuffed it into his mouth. The light taste of salt mixed with the freshness and sweetness of the shrimp echoed perfectly in his mouth, making him sigh in satisfaction. This move. Li Xiaoyuan glanced at it and suddenly thought of something. Back then, in the Warrior Sage Challenge Tournament, there was a mighty one with physical invulnerability in the first challenge tournament. I heard that they wanted you to be their guest this year. I don't think I'm available. Lu Cheng shook his head and smiled. Actually, there are quite a few outstanding martial artists in the first challenge tournament. But that's it. Li Xiaoyuan shook his wrist and shook off the mantis shrimp's hard shell. He said as he ate, Yi Yaoting is still at 6th pin. She's the same age as me. Jiang Lan is also stuck here. It's impossible for her to reach physical invulnerability. I hope she can reach the inhuman stage soon. That guy who defeated you, Wang something, just reached 7th pin. Not bad. Speaking of this, he suddenly sighed with emotion. If I hadn't come to Guangnan to study, joined the martial arts club, and was not chosen by Hai Yuan, I'd probably be like them now. It was really good back then. We were carefree all day long. Other than practicing martial arts, we also often caused trouble. When we were eating at the food stall, we had a group fight with some gang members not far from here. We beat them until their bones were broken. You don't look like a gentleman at all. Lu Cheng was reminded of his college life and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. Li Xiaoyuan also laughed and said, I've always been a person who doesn't talk nonsense when I can fight. Is this the gangster version of banished immortal? Lu Cheng secretly complained. Then why did you go to Haiyuan? With your style, you should come to Longhu to practice the fire sect. Well, compared to a frontal attack, I prefer to attack from the side. Li Xiaoyuan answered frankly and self-deprecatingly. Lu Cheng almost laughed out loud. He had a good chat with Li Xiaoyuan on similar topics. After all, they had known each other for a long time and were both from the martial arts circle in the university. After eating and drinking, Li Xiaoyuan glanced at Lu Cheng and tapped the rim of the cup. He sighed as if he didn't mean it. I hope I can make the great leap and reach physical invulnerability before you get the title. As soon as he said this, Lu Cheng suddenly had a feeling that the bright moonlight had illuminated 4 years and illuminated countless different paths. At that time, who would have thought that he would meet Li Xiaoyuan in Guangnan today? One of them was at physical invulnerability and the other was at inhuman. Chapter 676. Touched by Li Xiaoyuan's hope, Lu Cheng gave him his encouragement and blessings. The visit of a friend he wasn't familiar with but had known for a long time, as well as the miraculous fact that both of them were in the same circle, triggered his nostalgia for the past and the throbbing of his heart when he first stepped into the ring. It was a perfect reflection of last night's reinvigorated thought of, my future is not a dream. In such a state, he was in a good mood, a little tipsy like before he quit drinking. So much so that after sending Li Xiaoyuan to the apartment arranged by the Longhu Club, he even took a stroll along the bridge by the river. He even climbed up to take a picture of the dazzling city that never sleeps for Yanzhika. The next day, in the SUV heading to Longhu Club, Lu Cheng sat upright with his eyes half closed, as though he was resting. Almond flipped through her notebook, glanced at Lu Cheng, and said softly, Mr. Lu, you have to go to the conference room on the 5th floor at 9:10 a.m. There are a few guests. What guests? Lu Qing didn't open his eyes, and asked calmly. Almond had already prepared what to say. Smiling, she replied, guests from 2 game companies. Lu Qing expressed his doubts with a single syllable. Why are the game companies looking for me? I have shares in them, the kind that belongs to the board of directors. It's like this. Almond explained with a smile, your current endorsement contract and portrait rights are being handled by the foreign affairs team. They're going through the club's procedures. Recently, they've negotiated 2 game contracts. One of them is a console fighting game called The Great Martial Artist. They've spent a lot of money to obtain the authorization of most of the physical invulnerability experts. This allows ordinary people to control different mighty ones to compete for top titles. So they need me to work with them on the data modeling and the design of moves. Lu Qing had played similar games before. The once popular King of Fighters belonged to this category, so he was no stranger to the game. He already knew what was going on. Should be. Almond gave a positive answer and continued, the other one is called League of the Strong. It should be a real-time battle game for mobile phones. Lu Qing nodded slowly and said, then tell them in advance not to waste too much of my time. This kind of thing couldn't be done by an assistant. Okay. Almond replied calmly. After morning training and breakfast, Lu Qing changed into clean clothes and arrived at the conference room on the 5th floor on time. He saw the game company staff sitting on both sides of the table. Good morning, Mr. Lu, sorry for troubling you. One of the men wearing frameless glasses stood up and greeted him. Of course. Lu Qing didn't put on airs. Smiled. What do you need me to do? Actually, we have already built a model based on your recent few physical invulnerability level battles and recreated the effects. However, as you have participated in too few battles, we are afraid that we might overlook something. Therefore, we still have to trouble you to do a simple data collection. Don't worry, it won't involve anything too specific. The man wearing rimless glasses explained with a smile, the other thing is the 3D model of your appearance and the design of the special celebration action. No problem, said Lu Qing after a short pause. After a while, all the problems were solved. His unique celebration action was also set to a long howl to the sky, spurting the starry sky. When the other team had also achieved their goal, they didn't dare to waste Lu Qing's time. They all got up and left. Thank you so much, Mr. Lu. This is our internal test. Just treat it as a demo. If you're free, you can play a few rounds and give us your feedback. Especially the parts about yourself, so that we can adjust them in time. The man wearing half-rimmed glasses bowed and handed Lu Qing a disc. On it was written, The Great Martial Artist. From their previous conversation, he could tell that Lu Qing was a gamer. We'll send you the demo as soon as possible, said the producer of League of the Strong. Sure. Lu Qing took the disc and watched them leave. When the door was closed, the conference room was empty again. He was silent for a few seconds. Then, with great interest, he walked to the projection screen and inserted the disc into the mainframe. I wonder what level they've chosen for me. Lu Qing sat down cross-legged and watched the screen light up. The logo flashed. Soon, he entered the selection interface and saw more than 100 avatars of physical invulnerability experts. Unsurprisingly, he chose himself first. This face looks a little stiff. Lu Qing curled his lips. Then, he glanced at the screen and pressed the random button. After a series of flashes, the screen stopped at Dragon King. What a coincidence. Dragon King must be one of the strongest. Just nice to compare my situation. Lu Qing was delighted and began the battle. Damn, so strong. Even with my control, I still lost to Dragon King. It doesn't show the characteristics of my combination of martial arts and cultivation. No, I have to get serious. After 7 or 8 rounds, he suddenly raised his arm and waved his fist in excitement. On the screen, the Dragon King slowly fell to the ground with a bloody nose and a swollen face. Lu Qing himself was standing with a finger to his mouth. At this moment, the door of the conference room suddenly opened. Chen Qitao, dressed in dark green, walked in. His gaze was cast on the screen from a distance of about 10 meters. Ah! Lu Cheng was stunned. I didn't even notice someone approaching. As expected of Dragon King, Chen Qitao stared at the screen and then slowly looked at Lu Cheng. His expression didn't change, but his footsteps paused. Would you believe me if I said it was random? Lu Cheng's mouth twitched as he muttered to himself blankly. On the flight from Brutale to Huacheng, Yan Zhika put down her first-class seat and planned to sleep under the blanket. When I wake up, we'll be landing soon, she thought to herself. According to her original plan, she was supposed to return to Shushan and spend some time with her family before heading south. However, on the day of the ticket booking, she unexpectedly chose Huacheng. It must be because someone's willpower was too strong and produced a curse effect. Yes, that must be it, Yan Zhika muttered to herself. She began to empty her mind and fell into a deep sleep. After sleeping for an hour or two, she slowly woke up. She turned her wrist to look at her watch, then fell asleep and woke up again to check the time. After a few times, she adjusted her seat to a reclining position. She took out a book and flipped through it in boredom. The number of times she looked at her wrist became more and more frequent. After a while, she even picked up her backpack and took out some materials to pass the time. However, she couldn't fully immerse herself in it and couldn't come up with an answer for a long time. Phew. She exhaled and looked out of the window. All she saw were the dark clouds and the light from the wings. It was peaceful and quiet. In the speeding silver-gray MPV, Lu Cheng had a piece of tape on his mouth. He looked like he was about to fall apart. Dragon King is so serious and violent even during sparring. He can't really care about that matter, right? Lu Cheng wanted to cover his face and sigh. He glanced out of the window and suddenly remembered something. He struggled to sit up straight and said calmly, "Ask old Xiao to drive to the nearest import and export supermarket." His parents bought groceries there when they came to Huacheng. Ah! Alman was stunned at first. Then she said, "Mr. Lu, what do you need?" "I can buy it. You don't have to make the trip." "It's fine. I'm bored at home every day. I need to go out for a walk." Lu Cheng smiled and rejected his assistant's good intentions. After some traffic jams, the MPV arrived at its destination. Lu Cheng put on his black-rimmed spectacles and a woolen hat. He walked to the entrance of the supermarket leisurely. Alman was stunned. After entering the supermarket, he found a trolley. Just like when he was in Connecticut, he strolled through the fresh section and other places. When he saw good ingredients, he would pick a few boxes. At the same time, he was thinking about what dishes to make and what ingredients and seasonings he needed. After strolling around leisurely, he pushed the cart full of groceries to the cashier counter. There were many old men and women in front of him. They turned back to buy other items and gave up on some that they decided not to buy in the end. After waiting patiently for a while, Lu Cheng paid with his phone. Carrying 3 big bags of food, he walked out of the supermarket quickly. He didn't look much different from the pedestrians, except that he didn't seem to use much effort. Alman sat in the car and happened to see this scene. For a moment, she couldn't believe her eyes. It was her first time seeing Mr. Lu like this. She didn't expect him to have such a side to him. Chapter 677. A little past 4 in the afternoon, Huacheng Heishui Airport, International Arrival Hall. Lu Cheng was in his usual disguise. With his hands in his pockets, he patiently waited for the arrival of the flight. From time to time, he would look up at the big screen to confirm the current situation of the plane and the exit. Time flew. When the app finally gave him a reminder, he changed his posture slightly and cast his gaze towards the exit. Although he knew he would have to wait for a while, he still scanned his surroundings. As he picked up his phone to reply to Yen Jika's message, he sized up the front and reflected his surroundings. In less than 10 minutes, a familiar figure leaped into his eyes. The girl was wearing a pair of loose black casual pants and a thin white turtleneck sweater. Other than that, there was nothing else in her outfit. It was refreshing and simple. Compared to her schoolgirl look in the past, she seemed to be more intellectual now. When Lu Qing saw Yen Jika, she also noticed him. Their eyes met and seemed to be staring at each other. The corners of his mouth curled slightly. Lu Qing took a few steps forward. With one hand, he took his fairy's luggage and the 2 bags she was carrying. With the other hand, he held her soft, slender hand. The entire process was so smooth and natural that it was as though he had practiced it thousands of times. Yen Jika's body was relatively relaxed as she allowed Lu Qing to pull her forward. After a few steps, her other hand quietly reached over and wrapped around the crook of her husband's arm. She leaned her body against it. Lu Qing turned his head to look at the girl's delicate face and chuckled. "I won't be bringing you out to appraise the delicacies of Huaqing today. It's time for you to see my true culinary skills." Yen Jika was dumbfounded. "My culinary skills have improved recently. I've learned quite a few new techniques." Lu Qing explained with a smile. "Haven't you been practicing physical invulnerability secret arts for the past few months?" The girl had a "don't lie to me" look on her face. Lu Qing immediately laughed. "It's a byproduct of practicing martial arts. My control over cold, low temperature, and flames has improved. The range of what I can achieve has also expanded. I can play with quite a few intricate tricks. As for cooking, isn't it all about using fire, low temperature, and quick freezing? Hee, I can make you a real omelette, ice cream, and other low-temperature dishes." Frying an egg on the palm was a saying in Shushan. In general, it meant, if you can do this, I'll fry an egg on the palm for you. It meant that it was impossible. Yen Jika's mouth was half open as she listened to Lu Cheng's eloquent speech. She was lost for words, which made him want to pinch her cheeks. After a few seconds, the girl said in annoyance and amusement, "I'm sorry. You look very proud." Of course, this is what I call a good man in the new era who is good in the hall and good in the kitchen. Lu Qing smiled complacently and asked half-jokingly, "Looking forward to it?" "I'm looking forward to it." Yen Jika rolled her eyes, pursed her lips, and nodded vigorously. The couple walked out of the hall and came to the parking lot. Alman was already waiting for them. Yen Jika greeted her politely. After that, Alman didn't sit in the back of the SUV. Instead, she sat in the passenger's seat and looked down, ignoring the chauffeur, old Zhao. With a partition in front and back, Lu Qing pulled Yen Jika to sit down and let her lean on him. They talked about what they had seen in Europe for the past few days. He didn't lose his composure, just like when they were in Aunt Du's car in Connecticut City. Of course, Lu Qing had been thinking about what to do when they arrived at the villa. Should I give Ku a cabinet later? My eyes must be deep, my movements must be controlled, and not too intense. While he was thinking, the SUV turned into the villa area by Shepe Lake and stopped at the door. After watching Alman and old Zhao leave, Lu Qing unlocked the door and stepped into the house. His left foot was slightly hooked as he waited for the door to close. At this moment, he felt a grip on his arm. The beautiful face in front of him was enlarged, and there was a touch of warmth on his lips. Yen Jika's heels landed on the ground. She looked to the side and walked to the living room. She raised her chin slightly and said, "Hurry up and cook for me." Lu Qing touched his mouth and said with a smile, "Okay." After answering, he lifted the suitcase and said, "Put the things up first." "Okay." Yen Jika looked around curiously, comparing it with her original design ideas and what she saw in the videos and photos. It seemed that without Lu Cheng's introduction, she could clearly understand the purpose of every room and the original intention of every detail. She was no stranger to it. In this wonderful feeling, she followed her husband to the second floor and entered the master bedroom. She saw the floor-to-ceiling window painted by the burning clouds, gorgeous and dreamy. She also saw the Chape lake not far away, glittering with golden scales. "How is it? Isn't it beautiful?" Lu Qing asked with a smile. Yenjika's various feelings were interrupted. She snorted and looked sideways at him. "I wanted to compliment you, but now I can't." She put down the suitcase and slowly squatted down. "Let me tidy up a little." After a few seconds, she felt something. She raised her head and saw Lu Qing looking at her with a smile. "Why are you looking at me?" Yenjika asked in a sweet voice. Lu Qing cleared his throat and smiled. "I'll never get tired of looking at you." Before she could scold him, he also squatted down and didn't look away. He smiled and said, "I'll help you tidy up." Yenjika seemed to be affected by his gaze and subconsciously looked to the side. She pushed Lu Qing up and said, "You go and cook first. I'll be right down." "Okay." Lu Qing also heard his stomach growling. Yenjika watched him disappear from the bedroom door. The dimples on her cheeks were outlined little by little, and the light in her eyes was overflowing. She lazily stretched her beautiful waist and quickly took out the luggage and sorted it. After doing all this, she strolled around the room, admiring every layout that had existed in her mind for a long time. After 2 rounds, she sat on the edge of the bed and lay on her back, letting her body be wrapped in the fluff and softness. She originally thought that she would feel a little unfamiliar and uncomfortable, and that she would need to spend a day or two to fully familiarize herself with the place. Who knew that this feeling was only a little, just like returning to the boudoir every winter or summer vacation. The smell of sunshine, the smell of oranges, so comfortable. I'm a little sleepy. I didn't sleep much on the plane. I'll take a short nap. I'll get up in 10 minutes. 10 minutes. In the kitchen on the first floor, the ice cream was covered in light blue crystals, and then a strong smoke came out, as if it was a fantasy. Lu Qing looked at the meat roasted by the purple flames and couldn't help but look outside. He muttered to himself, "I've made a few dishes. Why hasn't cook come down yet?" In confusion, he stopped preparing the next dish, cleaned up the mess, and returned to the second floor. When he arrived at the bedroom door, he saw the girl lying on the bed on her side. Her eyes were closed, her eyebrows were relaxed, and she was sleeping soundly. She fell asleep just like that. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Looking at such a sleeping beauty, he suddenly felt a little sleepy. He quickly turned his head and went downstairs. He put the cooked hot dishes into the steamer and adjusted the mode so that they were in a warm state. As for the ice cream, he finished it in one gulp to prevent the quality of the ice cream from deteriorating. Silently returning to the bedroom, Lu Qing went to the other side and lay down beside Yenjika. Just as he came to a stop, the girl automatically turned around, wrapped her arms around him, and put her feet on him as if she was entangling him. Her breath was warm and sweet, and he smelled a fragrance. Lu Cheng's lips curved into a smile. His body and mind relaxed, and he quickly fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, after a late dinner, Lu Cheng and Yenjika took a commercial car and began their journey to the Longhu Club. According to the plan, they would live, as usual, for the next few days. They would train in the morning and wander around watching in the afternoon, experiencing different delicacies and specialties. At night, they might go out and look at the river of cars, or stay at home and burn their passion. When the last 2 rounds of the top professional competition were over, and the girl returned from Shushan or Jiangnan, they would go on a road trip that they had prepared for a long time. "What are you thinking about?" In the exclusive lounge, Lu Qing noticed that the girl was a little lost in thought. "Thinking about the dishes you made." Yenjika pursed her lips and smiled. "You can be called the Ice and Fire Devil Chef now." After saying that, she pushed Lu Qing out and said with a half smile, half anger, "Go train. You have to bring me around watching in the afternoon." "Okay." Lu Qing smiled and walked out of the lounge in high spirits, heading for the training ground. Watching him leave, Yenjika experienced the energetic state of her husband. He's quite hard-working. Cheng has to train, and I have things to do. I have important things to do too, so I won't be idle. The girl turned to Almond beside her, smiled faintly, and said, give me a copy of his, relevant financial statements. Chapter 678. At noon, Lu Qing left the volcano laboratory. Wiping his forehead and face with a white towel, he took the elevator back to his personal lounge. As a person who cared about his image, he wouldn't simply evaporate his sweat to avoid affecting the breathing of the living creatures nearby. Lu Qing opened the door and stepped in. The words he was about to say were swallowed back in his throat by the quiet atmosphere. In the office-like room, golden sunlight shone in through the floor-to-ceiling windows, dyeing everything in brilliant colors. Even Yenjika's black hair was shrouded in halos, giving her the feeling of an oil painting. The girl rested her chin on one hand and clicked on the mouse with the other. She was focused on the computer screen. Beside her was a stack of printed papers. Sometimes she frowned, sometimes she picked up a fountain pen and gently bit the end of it, sometimes she tapped on the keyboard, and sometimes she wrote something on the paper. She was completely focused on nothing else. Even when she sensed her husband coming in, she only glanced at him with her beautiful eyes that were as black as ink. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. He sat on the sofa and didn't say anything. He quietly watched his little fairy girl work, watching her unconsciously biting the pen. After a long time, Yenjika suddenly let out a cry of, "Ah," and looked up at Lu Qing. She asked in a daze, "What? What time is it?" "It's almost 1." Lu Qing turned on the phone screen and glanced at the time. Yenjika pursed her lips and turned her head to the side. She suddenly realized something and felt a little embarrassed. "I was wondering why I always wanted to eat something. Haha, it's not too late now. It's not even noon yet." Lu Qing stood up and walked towards his little fairy girl. "Yes, I want to eat crab roe dumplings, sugar cakes, shrimp dumplings, and..." Yenjika muttered to herself. She couldn't help but swallow her saliva. Then she put away the paper and pen. Waving her hand, she said, "We'll do the rest tomorrow." Lu Qing held her hand and smiled in agreement. "I want to continue tomorrow too." In the afternoon, Lu Qing and Yenjika walked out of the restaurant side by side. They took the escalator to the ground floor. There are so many people over there. While the sun was setting, the girl saw a group of people surrounding a certain door on the left side of the street through the window. She didn't know what they were looking at. Lu Qing followed her line of sight and only saw a dark mass of figures. He suggested with great interest, "Let's go and have a look." Even physical invulnerability experts were curious and had the genes of onlookers. "Sure." Yenjika was equally excited. When they reached the bottom floor, the young couple first exited the entrance of the mall and walked around for 100 meters before they arrived at the place where the crowd was gathered. They found that both the upper and lower floors of the mall were decorated in the same style. It was light and elegant, deep and profound, and it was very Japanese. Shinya Dojo. Lu Qing read out the name of the sign. "It sounds like a martial arts club in Japan." Yenjika guessed thoughtfully. "I think I've heard of it before. It's an ancient school." Lu Qing looked around and saw many women in kimonos. They stood side by side at the entrance, forming a beautiful scenery that attracted the eyes of passers-by. On the tables on both sides of the entrance were several katanas of different lengths. "It's definitely a martial arts dojo." Lu Qing made a definite judgment. Yenjika's eyes turned up and suddenly laughed. "Does this count as stealing our jobs? Go, Husky, kick their dojo and smash their cards." While the girl was putting on a show, Lu Qing just smiled and said, "It's nothing. Aren't there so many martial arts dojos in America? Didn't I train a group of Taoists? Well, in this day and age, everyone likes novelty. Martial arts with exotic characteristics, unusual atmosphere, and a long history, it's hard not to be popular." Yenjika bit her lower lip and smiled with dimples. They chatted for a while on this topic. She pointed at the entrance and said, "Shall we go in and have a look?" "Forget it. If I go in like this, it'll be a challenge even if it's not a challenge. And it'll be bullying the weak." Lu Qing hesitated for 2 seconds. Yenjika puffed up her cheeks and nodded slightly. "You're right. Besides, there's nothing to see in a dojo that's open to the public." On the second floor of the Shinya dojo, a girl in a red and white kimono strolled to the window and looked out at the bustling business district nearby. She was a little over 160 centimeters, with baby fat on her face. Her eyes were clear and deep. She was none other than Kori Karasawa, the successor of the Shinjai sect. "Kori-chan, what are you looking at?" A girl with slanted bangs slowly approached Kori Karasawa. Her facial features could only be described as clean and natural, but when she smiled, her eyes were curved and radiant. Kori Karasawa held a sheathed tachi in her hand and replied with a relaxed expression, "Just by looking at this bustling city, there doesn't seem to be much difference between China and America, except for the language, but the unique feeling of walking is completely different. Do you Shinjai sect people speak so strangely? It feels like a real monk." The girl who asked the question smiled. "Let's talk about you instead. Why did you suddenly apply for a visa to come to China? Didn't you just enter the realm of God not long ago?" Kori Karasawa scanned the streets and confirmed a few surveillance points. Suddenly, she sighed and said, "I'm here to fulfill a wish. During the King of Youth Pro League, I clearly advanced to the inhuman stage earlier than China's Penkuan. Yet, I lost to him. It was partly because I didn't use a real weapon, and partly because he was indeed very strong. That time, I told myself to challenge him again with all my might. When I returned from the war-torn zones 2 months ago, I realized that even Penkuan's speed of advancement had surpassed mine. I didn't want to wait any longer. I was afraid I would lose my courage if this continued, so, after I mastered all the sword techniques of the Shinjai sect, I immediately applied to come here." "Peng Liyun, why didn't you go straight to Hudong?" asked the girl with slanted bangs with a slight frown. "I wanted to walk around for a while to build up my momentum." Looking down, Kori Karasawa was stunned when she saw a familiar figure. It was Lu Qing with his black-framed glasses and dark beanie. Lu Qing sensed the pull of her aura. Lifting his head, he looked towards the window on the second floor and met a pair of eyes that were as deep as an ancient well. Kori Karasawa naturally gathered her momentum. Her mind was on alert as her right hand reached for the hilt of her saber instinctively. She was like a divine weapon sealed in a case. She had endured and waited for a long time, polishing her edge from time to time and honing herself. She was about to shine brightly and cleave the heavens. At this moment, she felt as though Lu Qing had disappeared. Before her was boundless darkness and majestic stars. If she got too close, she would melt. If she got too far, she would freeze. It was so vast, so magnificent, yet so dangerous and so terrifying. Kori Karasawa felt as though if she were to strike with her saber, she would only be able to create a few ripples. It was just like how she used to train her swordsmanship under the stars. Her target could be a waterfall, a bamboo forest, or a boulder, but never the night sky. That would be a waste of energy and wouldn't be of any use. Her right hand rested on the hilt of her saber for a long time. The universe receded and the stars faded. Lu Qing retracted his gaze and pulled Yenjika to the other end of the street. "What happened just now?" asked the girl, unable to hide her confusion. Lu Cheng's lips curled slightly as he replied calmly, "A former opponent, she has also advanced to physical invulnerability." On the second floor, Kori Karasawa took a deep breath as she watched the two disappear into the distance. She had long heard about his advancement to physical invulnerability. She had also seen his recent battles and understood his current standards. However, compared to her previous encounters, he seemed to have undergone some fundamental changes. He had become very strange, so strange that there was no precedent. It was also strange that she couldn't draw her saber. Seeing Kori Karasawa remain silent for a long time, the girl with the slanted bangs waved her hand and said, "Kori-chan?" Huh? Kaori Karasawa tilted her head in confusion and returned to her senses. What are you thinking about? Asked the girl with the slanted bangs after some deliberation. Kaori Karasawa pondered for a good 10 seconds before replying, there are too many physical invulnerability mighty ones in China. The girl with the slanted bangs waited for her to continue. Kaori Karasawa's face darkened slightly as she continued, and we have too few. Without waiting for the girl with the slanted bangs to ask further, she continued, that's why we can't organize such large-scale professional competitions and title matches. We can't be like their physical invulnerability mighty ones, who have to constantly improve their Dao and techniques. That's true. The girl with the slanted bangs couldn't lie to herself and nodded in agreement. At this moment, Kaori Karasawa suddenly smiled sweetly and said in an ethereal tone, do you think I can stay in China and participate in such competitions? Not only do they have sets, but they also have the union and clubs. They should be able to invite foreigners, right? Chapter 679. Lu Qing naturally didn't know about Kaori Karasawa's change of heart, nor was he interested in finding out. After spending a few days with Yenjika, he sent her on her way back to Shushan. After 2 more rounds of competition, this year's top-tier professional competition finally came to an end. Longhu Club lived up to expectations and won the title of world number 1. Lu Qing, on the other hand, felt a little uneasy as he had only played 3 main roles. He secretly made up his mind to play a more important role in the new competition after the Chinese New Year. For this, he gave up on the other challenge tournaments in January. He planned to relax, sharpen his blade, and accumulate experience. Apart from this goal, he also wanted to pick the key players in the new round of 5 title competitions. He wanted to strive for a breakthrough ranking and even fight for the right to challenge. This was a goal that Wisdom King, Ji Hai couldn't achieve even after a year and a half of physical invulnerability. Only Warrior Sage, Qian Donglu, and a few others had achieved it. However, Lu Qing explained it to Yenjika in his own words. If a man doesn't have dreams, what's the difference between him and a salted fish? At the beginning of January, Yenjika returned to Huaqing again. Lu Qing brought her on a 6-day road trip around Guangnan. The couple washed away the mental fatigue from the previous year and glowed with renewed vigor. After they agreed to spend the Chinese New Year together in Connecticut, Lu Qing sent off his little ferry again. He began to visit Dragon King, Empress Luo, and the rest to wish them a happy new year. He planned to return home early and spend more time with his parents. Before that, he flew to the northern city of Huiyuan and took advantage of his free time to visit his best friend. This was the hometown of talker, Kai Zongming. It wasn't a big place, but it wasn't small either. He couldn't reach there directly by air and had to transfer to a high-speed rail. Little Ming, who always dressed simply, waited at the exit with a look of disdain. Looking at the disguised Lu Qing, he said in annoyance, can't King come a few days earlier or later? Tisk, Lu Qing used his tone to express his disdain and deep meaning. He knew that Casanova's girlfriend, Fang Yuan, would be on vacation these few days. However, wasn't this pretty good? Lu Qing chuckled to himself and followed Kai Zongming to his black SUV. He opened the trunk and put his luggage inside without a care in the world. Why don't you try our special barbecue first? Kai Zongming suggested. Sure. Didn't you always say that Huiyuan's roasted lamb tail is the best? Lu Qing recalled Talker's previous boast. Kai Zongming skillfully turned the steering wheel and said, you'll know once you try. The meat is very lively, very tender, and very fragrant. Once you bite into it, that feeling. When I was in middle school, because I practiced martial arts for 3 days and 2 days, after self-study at night, I was often very hungry. Every time I didn't go home, I would order 10 skewers of lamb's tail outside the school. 10 skewers. TSK, that taste is something I will never forget for the rest of my life. Damn, you used to have a lot of pocket money. When I was in high school, I had to save for a few days to afford barbecue skewers. Not to mention when I was in junior high school. I even bought breakfast on credit. Lu Cheng's exclamation was not the main point at all. Please respect a rich second generation. Xiao Ming gave a concise and comprehensive answer. After chatting for more than 10 minutes, he drove to a rather bustling commercial street and found a barbecue shop at the back. 40 skewers of lamb's tail. Do you want large kidneys? Kai Zongming picked up the menu and looked at Lu Cheng with an ambiguous smile. What's with that expression? Lu Cheng made a disdainful gesture. You're sleeping next to me tonight. I'm afraid you'll attack me at night if you eat too much large kidneys. Kai Zongming made a dirty joke. Then he rattled off a list of dishes to the waiter. While waiting for the barbecue, Lu Cheng, as a guest and a junior, asked with concern, Hey, talker, how's your dad's body recently? His complexion is better, but... Sigh, he won't listen. The doctor asked him to stop drinking, but he won't. He has to drink a glass every day at noon and at night. When I try to persuade him, he would get angry and say that there's no point in living like that. He'd rather die. Kai Zongming spread his hands and said, What can I do? I'm also very desperate. It shouldn't be a problem to drink a little, as long as you don't overdo it. Lu Cheng knew nothing about this, so he could only comfort him casually. Following this topic, Kai Zongming talked about his life in the past few months. I find that doing business is really tiring. I have to force a smile every day, entertain people I don't want to entertain, and say things I don't want to say. You've learned to be sentimental? Lu Cheng comforted him in a joking way. Kai Zongming was angry and amused. Are you here to do crosstalk with me? But my family's business has been going downhill in the past 2 years. Sigh, the whole industry is entering the twilight period. The smaller scale companies are going bankrupt one after another. I want to take this opportunity to slowly liquidate and let my relatives and friends understand the direction of the wind. They can quit. If they want to take over, I can directly transfer it to them. What about after that? Wouldn't you be unemployed then? Lu Cheng teased. Kai Zongming snorted and waved his hand heroically. My family is still strong. Did you see that commercial street just now? 1/3 of the shops are ours. Damn. Lu Cheng laughed and said, Then should I call you Kai Bancheng? Can't you count? It's obviously only 1/3. Little Ming retorted. Then he sighed with emotion, Then I'll be free and easy. I'll continue to practice martial arts while doing live streaming. I can live at home for half a year and stay in the capital for the other half. Live streaming? Lu Cheng caught the keyword and asked in confusion. Kai Zongming laughed and said, I've been watching live streaming of martial arts competitions on the internet recently and found that many commentators are not only bad at martial arts, but also boring. So I just casually made a live streaming room and planned to show them what professionalism and style are. Ha, then I'll help you with a small advertisement later, Lu Cheng said with interest. Kai Zongming hurriedly waved his hand, No, not at the moment. Why? Lu Cheng was surprised. Kai Zongming answered with a serious face, I want to rely on myself to try. Without waiting for Lu Cheng to speak, he pointed to himself and said, Do you see my handsome face? This time I want to rely purely on my own talent. This kind of pain is not something an ordinary guy like you can understand. Get lost. Lu Cheng and Kai Zongming looked at each other and laughed together. After laughing for a while, Little Ming wiped the corner of his eyes and said, To be honest, this is just for fun. If there is a need in the future, we'll talk about it. At this time, the first batch of skewers was served and the two began to eat. After eating and drinking, Lu Cheng praised the sheep's tail while walking with Kai Zongming in the commercial street to digest the food. Here, the place where I started to practice martial arts. While walking, Little Ming pointed to a martial arts dojo by the street. The name of the dojo was, as expected, ordinary. It was called Huiyuan Stars. When the kidnapping happened? Lu Cheng recalled the conversation in the past. Yes. Kai Zongming smiled and said with half emotion and half longing, Every time I pass by here, I think that if I'm really free, I'll still try to practice martial arts. Not necessarily on this path, but at least I'll have a taste of the dance stage. Otherwise, I won't be satisfied. Damn it, what do you mean by round and bright? You make it sound like a man can get pregnant. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched and said, "Talker, I think you shouldn't do a live broadcast as a commentator. Do a live broadcast as a crosstalk. Yes, you'll definitely be popular." Just as Kai Zongming was about to reply, an old man in a black woolen coat walked out of the dojo. He was about 60 years old, still had black hair, and looked hale and hearty. If not for the obvious wrinkles on his face, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him middle-aged. Kai Zongming. The old man glanced over and was stunned for half a second. "Hello, Coach Yu." Little Ming greeted with a smile. Then, he lowered his voice and said to Lu Cheng, "I'm the martial arts initiation coach." Old man Yu walked over with his hands behind his back. He sized up the student in front of him and said with half a smile and half a sigh, "You're full of vitality and didn't stop training. I often tell others that you're the one I regret the most. If you had been more serious, focused, and worked harder, you definitely wouldn't be where you are now." After sighing, he didn't say anything else. After a few words of greeting, he patted Kai Zongming on the shoulder and slowly turned to leave. "Your initiation coach is pretty good." Lu Cheng listened quietly and sighed with emotion as he looked at the back of old man Yu. It's been so many years, but he still remembers Talker. Kai Zongming chuckled and said, "Coach Yu is indeed a good person. He's an elder worthy of respect. The only problem is that he's too prideful and likes to take advantage of others." "Ah. What do you mean?" Lu Cheng asked, amused. Kai Zongming pointed at the entrance of the Martial Arts Center and said, "Songqing University Martial Arts Club used to be quite famous in the country. Once, when I passed by here, I saw my poster. It said something like outstanding student and Lu Cheng and Lin Kei's teammate. It's so King embarrassing." Ha! Lu Cheng laughed out loud. Old man Yu strolled down the street and subconsciously looked back. He happened to see Lu Cheng and Kai Zongming's departing figures and felt that they were both familiar. "I don't know them." He smiled and shook his head. He continued to turn into a nearby neighborhood. Suddenly, he froze on the spot. He overlapped another figure with a certain expert. Even though it was disguised, it was definitely him. Old man Yu hurriedly looked back, but the figure had already disappeared without a trace. For a moment, he was disappointed and his heart ached. It was like there was a stack of money on the ground, but he didn't notice it and couldn't pick it up. He remained in this state for a long time. Even when he returned home, old man Yu was still sighing. He didn't even taste the supper his wife made. "What's wrong?" his wife asked, puzzled. "I didn't." Old man Yu blamed himself. "Sigh, what a waste. My heart aches. What a good opportunity. My heart aches." Chapter 680. After 2 days in Huiyuan, Lu Cheng received a call from Empress Luo just as he was about to return. "The military has a mission for you," Ning Zitong went straight to the point. "What mission?" Lu Cheng wasn't dumb enough to agree right away. Ning Zitong chuckled. "It's nothing difficult. A faction has formed in the war-torn zone to the south of our country. It's involved in the cultivation, manufacturing, and trafficking of drugs. It's seriously affecting the peace of the border region. After a long discussion, we've come to an agreement with the Americans to conduct a joint cleanup operation." "This has something to do with the Americans?" Lu Cheng asked sharply. "How else do you think Ta Gu and his gang were able to grow so strong under our watch? The American intelligence agencies are best at such things. Instigating, subverting, disrupting order, fostering power, creating chaos." Ning Zitong replied sarcastically. "Anyway, Ta Gu and his gang aren't enough weight on the enemy's scales. Then what do I need to do?" Lu Cheng didn't beat around the bush and asked about his own mission. Support. Don't let any of Ta Gu and his gang slip through the net, Ning Zitong said succinctly. Lu Qing came to a sudden realization and answered his own question. Is there a physical invulnerability, mighty one, among them? Based on the current intelligence, there isn't, Ning Zitong denied. Lu Qing was confused. Then why don't you send me instead of an inhuman or a mutant who's good at tracking? Everyone has their own specializations. Don't worry. We don't lack such talents. Ning Zitong chuckled. Aren't I redundant? Lu Qing couldn't figure it out. It doesn't make a difference whether I'm there or not, just to be safe, just to be safe. Ning Zitong emphasized twice before explaining with a smile, this is to give you more opportunities to complete missions and accumulate merits. You'll be able to gain the qualifications to study the restriction sect, clear Jade chapter as soon as possible. Otherwise, your master will be nagging you about it every other day. I see. Lu Qing finally understood the whole story. Thinking about the restriction sect, clear Jade chapter, he was filled with anticipation and desire for the mission. I can't fall behind the Taoist priest here. So, Mr. Ta Gu, I'm sorry. But you all deserve to die. Ning Zitong continued nagging. Do you understand now? In short, this is a simple mission. Your existence is mainly to guard against accidents, and you may not have the opportunity to act. Simple mission. Lu Qing gasped and said half-jokingly, maybe it's because I've read too many movies and novels. The more simple the mission is, the more difficult it will be. You said it yourself. Those are movies and novels. How can reality be so dramatic? Ning Zitong replied, amused. Besides, this kind of thing has nothing to do with whether the mission is simple or not. It all depends on the luck of the person involved. I think I have the potential. Lu Qing silently mocked himself. Alright, get back to watching as soon as possible. It'll take at most 2 or 3 days from the military base. It won't affect your vacation, Ning Zitong said and hung up the phone. Lu Qing held his phone and pondered for a while. Then he called his mother and told her that he had something urgent to attend to and would be back a few days later. Then he told Yan Zhika that he had accepted a mission, but he didn't mention the details because of the confidentiality clause. He only said that it was a very simple mission to earn merits for himself. After doing all this, he got Almond to help with the subsequent procedures for changing the contract. What's up? Kai Zongming stopped his car outside the high-speed rail station and asked without hiding his curiosity. Yeah, Lu Qing nodded solemnly. He got out of the car and grabbed his luggage. Seeing his serious attitude, little Ming was a little scared and didn't know what to say. Just then, Lu Qing turned around and waved his arm. He revealed a bright smile and said, Goodbye, I'm going to save the world. Save the world. F***ck, you lied to my feelings. Kai Zongming raised his middle finger and shouted, Get lost. Shuttling through the middle reaches of the Yalin River between the mountains, at the temporary Sino-American Joint Command Center. Dressed in a dark military uniform, Smith combed his hair back neatly. Wearing a pair of black sunglasses and white gloves, he looked around curiously. He was excited at one moment and nervous at the next. After Lu Cheng's guidance, the former Spider-Man had found a capable ascetic from the mission sect to be his mentor. He used a method that was close to self-abuse to hone his body and sublimate his soul. After a long time, he finally evolved again and reached the threshold of danger grade. Because of this, the Department of Homeland Security placed him as a key grooming target. They exchanged him with the Foreign Intelligence Agency for 2 years and sent him to the war-torn zones for training. Your first time? Asked the burly black officer beside Smith with a smile. Yes. Smith nodded frankly. Previously, I was only here for surveillance or security missions in China. I've only been here for a week. The black officer extended his arm and patted him on the shoulder. He laughed heartily. Don't worry, joint missions like this have always been very safe. You'll be able to adapt easily. Really? Smith was pleasantly surprised as he asked in return. Without a doubt. The black officer pointed around and said, "You can observe carefully and confirm the situation of everyone in the command center. Their standards and levels will determine the difficulty of this joint mission." "I know that," Smith answered softly. Just a moment ago, his boss had explained to him one by one. In the Joint Command Center, half of them were commanders and staff officers. There was no lack of experts who had reached the danger grade. The other half were the upper echelons of the Special Operations Forces. Some were experienced in the mountains, some were skilled in combat, but only a few were at the danger grade. From the looks of it, the Joint Sweep mission is at the danger grade? With his current strength and enhanced spider web, as long as he wasn't reckless or impulsive, he could indeed guarantee his safety. As Smith's thoughts raced, the black officer led him to the door. "You know. That's good. There's no need to waste time. Anyway, remember, this is a preparation that includes unexpected situations. The actual danger will be even lower. Have a good sleep later and maintain your mental strength for the operation." "Phew, then I'm really relieved." Smith secretly heaved a sigh of relief. It's better to start simple as a newcomer. The higher-ups are still taking care of me. At this time, the door of the Joint Command Center was suddenly pushed open. A few Hua nationals swarmed in from outside. The figure of the leader suddenly jumped into Smith's eyes. The lines of his facial features were firm, his eyes were dark and deep, his hair was cut short, and his appearance was ordinary, but he had a steady and intimidating aura. This figure was so familiar that Smith was stunned on the spot. A few words suddenly appeared in his mind. Lu. Terror grade. Troublemaker. Terror grade. Again, oh. Smith stared blankly and silently muttered in Hua Nation, Motherf *****. P.S. It's a bit of a language block. Chapter 681. When Smith saw Lu Cheng also noticed him. Slightly surprised, Lu Cheng greeted him, "I didn't expect to see you here." Spider was transferred to the war-torn zones. And he was dressed like a dog. Smith's lips twitched, and he smiled bitterly. "Lu, I should be the one saying that." He had crossed the ocean and entered the war-torn zones. How could he be related to this troublemaker? Lu Cheng chuckled when he heard the resentment in Smith's voice. "In China, we call this fate. My Chinese teacher told me that there's a type of fate called ill-fated," Smith muttered. "Spider, you have a talent for crosstalk too." Lu Cheng was at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. Since the Joint Command headquarters was a public place, it was best not to show too good of a relationship. Otherwise, people might think that something was amiss with the surveillance. He didn't say anything else and just nodded. After the small talk, he was introduced to the American higher-ups and the Special Forces members who would be working with him later. "Who is he?" Duane looked at Lu Cheng's back and asked Smith in a low voice. Judging from the way he was surrounded, he must be of high status. "You don't know?" Smith asked in surprise. Duane's dark face reddened slightly as he rubbed his hands together in embarrassment. "I've been in the war-torn zones for 3 years. The information I receive from the outside world is filtered." Smith pondered for a few seconds. To put it simply, he's a newly promoted terror grade expert. Terror grade? Duane gasped. The higher-ups don't seem too optimistic about this mission. He was full of confidence, but now he couldn't help but feel nervous. "But I don't think we have any terror grade experts here." Smith calmed down and noticed something that didn't make sense. Indeed. China's judgment of missions is different from ours. They're always too cautious. Duane nodded thoughtfully, his heart slowly calming down. He trusted his comrade of 3 years even more. This was the reason why he was able to survive until now. Without waiting for Smith to speak, he smiled. "Do you know him?" "He went to Connecticut before. I was in charge of surveillance. He was only a danger grade expert, so we communicated," Smith answered, frankly. "That means you're friends." Smith, you should be happy. If anything happens, he'll definitely choose to save those he's familiar with first. You'll be very safe. Dwayne said, half in awe and half in envy. Logically speaking, that's not wrong. The corner of Smith's mouth twitched. But you have to know that Lou is a troublemaker. Whether it's intentional or not, he's always surrounded by situations. Things that weren't that big of a deal often develop into a disaster. Just thinking about it. Although there were some things that he was happy to see happen and even took the initiative to participate in, it still proved Lu's ability to cause trouble. Well, in Chinese, it was, the ability to cause trouble. What is the Hua Nation military thinking? Dwayne was shocked again. In the world of supernatural abilities, lowering the coefficient of misfortune and increasing the coefficient of luck was a necessary preparation before every operation. Who knows? At this point, he suddenly froze and asked with a frown, "Buddy, what did you just say?" People like him should be excluded from all operations. Dwayne was baffled. The first sentence, Smith said in a deep voice. Dwayne thought for a few seconds. You'll be very safe. If anything happens, he'll definitely choose to save those he's familiar with first. What are you trying to ask? You mean, I'll go with him? Smith couldn't help but raise his voice. Dwayne looked at him sympathetically. You don't know. You've been included in the list of people working with the Chinese. Smith's calmed heart was in turmoil again. He almost blurted out a curse, but in the end, it turned into a long, oh. After visiting the Joint Command Center, Lu Qing received the plan for Operation Dawn. It was divided into 3 steps. First, they would use the preset field airfields to bombard Ta Gu and his gang's territory and destroy their effective defenses. After the bombardment ended, the Special Operations Forces would take advantage of the chaos to break in and execute the decapitation strategy. They would try to capture or kill Ta Gu and the other main leaders and disrupt their command. After the decapitation strategy, the ground forces would close the net and clean up the rest. Such a battle plan was straightforward and easy to understand, which corresponded to the simplicity of the mission. As for Lu Qing, he was only required to participate in the second step, which was to prevent accidents, as an assistant. In a 3-story building hidden by the mountains, Ta Gu, who had dark skin and a thin body, fell into a long silence as he rubbed the jade ring on his thumb. He was a mixed blood of Miluo and Xinxiang. He had made a name for himself in the war-torn zones with his courage and fearlessness, becoming a warlord and an internationally renowned drug lord. If not for his injuries and lack of timely treatment, he would have been at the inhuman level. Have you made up your mind? Beside Ta Gu, in addition to his 2 trusted mighty ones, sat an old man in a black jacket. He had a sallow face, dark eyes, and a dangerous aura. Ta Gu's lips quivered a few times. What are you guys trying to do? Why are you trying to rope me in? The old man with thin, silvery white hair seemed to have been frozen for a long time. He replied expressionlessly. You can think of it that way. The war-torn zones, the war-torn zones they're talking about, have a number of mighty ones of physical invulnerability secretly forming an alliance. Some were born and raised locally, while others have betrayed their original countries and want to stay here for a long time. Our goal is to make the war-torn zones truly belong to the war-torn zones. We will bring order back to the land. Of course, the prerequisite is that we are the rulers. You have ample funds and external trade channels. These are all what we need. That's why I'm here to help you and bring you out of danger, as long as you agree to submit to me. After hearing that, Ta Gu fell silent again. Countless thoughts were running through his mind, but he couldn't make up his mind. Just then, a deep and loud buzzing sound came from afar. It gradually grew sharper, followed by a series of terrifying explosions. Boom! 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 As the building shook, Ta Gu stood up abruptly with a look of fear. In an instant, he made up his mind. He looked at the old man and said, I promise you. His wife and confidants had already packed their luggage. The chains that hadn't been fully tightened flashed with the glow of gold and guns. After the blanket bombardment, the special forces passed through the smoke and flames and entered the core area of Ta Gu's faction. They split into small teams and headed for different targets. Lu Cheng was undoubtedly in the team heading for Ta Gu's residence. The team consisted of former Spider-Man Smith, Storm Giant Dwayne, Shadow Hunter Cheng'en, and Thoughtless Blade Jian Dan. Along the way, they didn't waste any time. Occasionally, they would encounter a few enemies. They were either entangled with spider webs or shot randomly with invisible air blades. Without stopping, they arrived at the 3-story building and saw the scene of burning flames. Ta Gu escaped. Cheng'en sniffed and found a clue from the shadows. He didn't hesitate at all. He fled and gave up just like that. No wonder he's a hero, said Jian Dan as she looked around. After careful inspection, Cheng'en said, they have a lot of people. There are quite a few of them, so they aren't moving fast. Storm Giant Dwayne immediately said, after them. The few of them set off again. They followed the path, climbed over the hills, and entered a moist forest. As they chased, Smith, Cheng'en, and the others suddenly heard a dense, soft sound that made their scalps tingle. They looked around and saw countless insects, colorful snakes, flying, dark clouds, and little things that resembled fine sand. Smith even made eye contact with a spider with a human face on its back. One by one, hundreds and thousands of creepy spiders entered his eyes, making him shudder. The insects that could drown a group of people were just about to move when they suddenly paused. Due to the sudden drop in temperature, droplets of water condensed, and layers of ice crystals covered them, forming statues. At that moment, Smith heard Lu Cheng whisper to himself. This is beyond the means of an inhuman, is there really an accident? Smith was silent at first. Then, the corner of his mouth twitched as he thought to himself, you have the nerve to say that. Chapter 682. The cold wind whistled, blowing in the tropical jungle, causing the trees to form strings of frost. Icicles made the surroundings sparkling and translucent, freezing all kinds of strange and endless insects. These weren't sturdy. Larger creatures like snakes and spiders could easily break free. However, they were afraid of the cold. As soon as they recovered, they retreated like the receding tide, leaving the area within a radius of 20 to 30 meters completely silent. Lu Cheng sensed his surroundings and turned to Shadow Hunter Cheng'en, request, to communicate with the Alliance Command Center. Tell them that Ta Gu's group seems to have the help of a physical invulnerability expert. Ask them what to do next. He had wanted to request air support, reconnaissance, and bombardment. However, when he looked up and saw the dense foliage and scattered light of dawn, he changed his mind. Yes. Cheng'en took out his satellite phone from his backpack and reported the situation to the Alliance Command Center. After a short discussion, a new order was issued. Continue the pursuit. If there is danger, leave on your own accord. Their primary goal changed from capturing Ta Gu to confirming the identity of the physical invulnerability expert and investigating which faction was involved. Then let's continue. Lu Cheng took in a breath of the forest air mixed with the smell of rotting leaves. For the time being, he didn't sense any strong danger. Continue. Smith's mouth opened helplessly. He shot out spider silk from his palm and wrapped it around a huge tree branch. Using this pull, he leapt into the air and landed on a high tree. Through the gaps between the leaves, he observed the path ahead and played the role of a responsible scout. There are no enemies within a radius of 300 meters. Smith concluded. In the forest, with his eyesight, this was the best he could do, even from a high vantage point. Lu Cheng watched with interest as the spider became more and more professional. Under Chang'en's guidance, the spider sped up the pursuit. At a place not too far away, Ta Gu's face was gloomy as he followed the sallow-faced old man in a short black coat. He ran straight and turned at times. Due to the presence of non-combatants, even if they were carried by their trusted subordinates, the team's speed was greatly reduced. This made Ta Gu very uneasy. His gaze swept across his wives and young children. Gradually, a fierce look flashed in his eyes. Just then, he saw the old man with thin, silvery white hair suddenly stop in his tracks. He turned his head in surprise and looked diagonally behind him. "What's wrong, Mr. Talon?" Tagu asked in shock. The old man Talon's already stiff face became even more rigid as he replied in a slightly heavy tone. "The setup I left behind was dealt with in less than 5 seconds. We're in trouble. Is he at physical invulnerability level?" Tagu swallowed his saliva and asked with difficulty. The expressions of the capable subordinates who were still following him all changed. His sphere of influence was close to Hua Nation, and he was used to using Hua Nation's ranking as a standard. Talon took a deep breath and said, "I think so. I didn't expect China and America to value you so much that they would send a physical invulnerability expert here. This was beyond the expectations of the organization." Eliminating small forces like Tagu was a one-sided affair for both China and the United States of America, but they shouldn't make such a big deal out of it. If they had to trouble a physical invulnerability expert for something like this, it could only mean that the military had wasted their budget. In order to not expose the secret of the secret alliance, he was the only one in charge of the first half of the operation. Tagu's expression darkened. No matter how hard he racked his brains, he couldn't understand why China and the United States of America valued him so much. How could he be worthy of a physical invulnerability expert? "Mr. Talon, what should we do?" Tagu took a deep breath and stopped thinking about the reason. It had nothing to do with changing the current situation. Talon pondered for a moment and said, "Let's see if we can confuse them. As long as we can get out of the forest and reach the border, we'll have reinforcements." As he spoke, green and milky white furry bugs crawled out from the ground beneath his feet. They merged with the demonic spiders and colorful snakes that came from all around, forming a torrent. These creatures crawled towards Tagu, towards his wife and children, and towards his trusted subordinates who had extraordinary strength. Their scalps went numb. As they resisted instinctively, Talon spoke in a deep voice. "Don't be afraid. They won't hurt you." Suppressing the fear and the goosebumps, these insects crawled past every human present outside the Talon forest. With different pheromones, they spread out in all directions, heading to the north, south, east, and west. "Let's go." Talon stroked his dry white hair and led the way to the southeast. Tagu suppressed his impulses and decided to hold on to hope one more time. If it didn't work, he would give up on everything else. As long as he was alive, what couldn't he have? After tracking for a while, Shadow Hunter Cheng'an suddenly stopped. "Did you find anything?" Lu Cheng looked around and saw many traces, all of which pointed to different directions. Tagu and his group seemed to have split up. Cheng'an replied hesitantly as he used his supernatural ability to detect the shadows. This split was very strange because there were more or less the same aura, in several directions. Smith slid down from the tree, sniffled, and frowned. He frowned and said, "I smell spiders." Here, he was very sensitive to such things. It was his instinct. "Looks like they're using bugs." Storm Giant Dwayne had a deep impression of the scenery. He had experience in jungle battles, so he joined in the search for tracks and provided suggestions. With the help of Smith and the others, Cheng'an finally identified the truth. He led the team and continued the chase. Tagu and his group shuttled through the jungle in a hurry. No one spoke. The atmosphere was tense. It seemed like the situation would crumble at any moment. After a few minutes, Talon paused again. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. "They've caught up." Tagu guessed the worst. "They probably have the most professional trackers." Talon's stiff face twitched. "They're very close to us." Tagu glanced at his wife and subordinates from the corner of his eye. He asked in a deep voice, "Is there a way to escape? If I'm the only one with them, is there a chance of escaping?" Talon was silent for a moment. Then, he said solemnly, "We have to strike back and set up an ambush to deal them a heavy blow. That will make things easier. If they were to just escape, he might not be able to outrun the enemy since he wasn't known for his speed. The enemy could very well only have subordinates who were good at tracking. They might as well take advantage of Ta Gu's capable subordinates and give it a try. Are you confident? Ta Gu narrowed his eyes. He no longer cared about his pride as a physical invulnerability mighty one. Talon looked back and replied with a hoarse voice, setting traps and traps. I'm very good at it. As for the best results, that will depend on whether you guys are willing to give it your all. That's what I'm good at, Ta Gu said through gritted teeth. The unique scenery of this place retreated as the trees swept past them. As Smith gradually got used to the atmosphere, he suddenly saw Lu Qing stop in his tracks and extend his arm to stop the group. There's a problem up ahead, Lu Qing said as he looked at the jungle dozens of meters ahead. Thump. Smith could hear his own heartbeat. He almost turned tail and ran. A problem? Qing'an, the shadow hunter, looked around and asked in confusion. He didn't detect any danger. The insects and birds were still active, and the shadows there were extremely normal. I smell danger. Lu Cheng's lips curled into a smile. He didn't attempt to find the enemy, identify the traps, or do any delicate work. Instead, he condensed a violent, crimson fireball around him. After the crimson was a faint purple, a light blue, a blazing white, and a golden yellow. Lu Cheng was surrounded by the symbol of the gods. Whoosh! 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 He didn't say a word. Instead, he fired the 5 flames one after another to saturate the area. During this process, he adjusted the frequency so that the speed at which he condensed the fireball could keep up with the speed at which he fired it. Boom! 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 Clouds of black dust rose up one after another. Trees were either broken or broken one after another. Deep craters appeared one after another. Different colored fireworks bloomed one after another. In less than a minute, the jungle was cleared. As for the traps, what were they? Cough! 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 Talon, Ta Gu, and the rest retreated pathetically, exposing themselves. In that short period of time, they felt like they were being plowed by an artillery team. Chapter 683. As soon as Ta Gu and the rest appeared, Lu Cheng's gaze locked onto the sallow-faced old man in a black short-sleeved shirt. The aura of an expert told him clearly that this was a strong opponent of physical invulnerability. What made him even more certain was that he wasn't in the photos of Ta Gu and his gang that the Joint Command Headquarters showed to the Special Ops members. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, the faint purple fireball around Lu Cheng whizzed past Talon and Ta Gu, landing in the direction they were trying to escape. At the same time, he gave Shadow Hunter Cheng'an a look, telling him to follow the predetermined procedure. Cheng'an got the hint. He opened the side pocket of his tactical backpack and took out a small professional camera. According to the Joint Command Headquarters instructions, they had to record the enemy and leave behind reliable information for later identification. After all, Lu Cheng couldn't guarantee that they could capture a physical invulnerability expert. At this level, it was easier to win than to kill a physical invulnerability expert if they didn't gang up on him. Capturing him alive was almost impossible. Boom! Purple flames rose into the air, and dust turned into clouds. The terrifying explosion made Ta Gu and the rest stop abruptly and turn around. The blossoming light overshadowed the morning sun that had lost its cover. It illuminated Talon's appearance extremely clearly, revealing every hair on her body. Snap! Just as the light receded and the flames were still flickering, a sudden flash of light entered Talon's eyes. His pupils shrank slightly as he saw the skinny enemy holding the camera. I've been photographed. A similar realization flashed through Talon's mind, and a strong murderous intent surged. As a physical invulnerability expert, he was well known in the war-torn zones and even in the intelligence agencies of the entire world. Even if he disguised himself slightly, he would still be exposed. This way, China and America would be able to determine who was interfering with their operations and who was harboring ill intentions towards them. Although this could be explained as his personal actions and cover up the existence and true motives of the organization, it was still easy to leave behind problems. As long as they had their eyes on him and were on their guard, it was inevitable that they would investigate the mighty one who was on good terms with him. During this process, no matter who it was, the slightest carelessness could lead to the appearance of a secret alliance plotting against the master. This would lead to more specific suspicions. With the power of China and the United States, at this point, it would be difficult for paper to contain the flames. Therefore, the best solution was to kill the tracker and destroy the camera, not letting a single witness return. However, Talon's murderous intent was immediately doused with cold water. He hurriedly pulled Ta Gu and dashed 30 to 40 meters to the left. Boom! Boom! Where the two of them were originally standing, light blue and blazing white flames surged and expanded. The flames ignited the broken wood and left a deep charred crater. PFFF. One of Ta Gu's trusted subordinates, who only had time to jump to the side, was hit by the air blast and burned by the flames. He couldn't help but spit out blood. He fell to the ground and writhed in agony. It was obvious that he was not going to survive. If it wasn't for the fact that his strength was pretty good and that he had been tempered for a long time, it wouldn't have been strange for him to be smashed into pieces at such a distance. Talon didn't dare to stop. Pulling Ta Gu along, he kept turning and changing positions. He tried to break through the encirclement a few times, but each time, he was blocked by the cannon fire. At this time, he also clearly saw the appearance of the leading enemy. His heart immediately thumped, and he felt as if something was slowly sinking down. China's Lu Cheng. After forming a secret alliance and forming an organization, the most common thing they did internally was exchange information. Therefore, Talon was no stranger to physical invulnerability experts from other sections. He quickly identified the other party. Among the descriptions of Lu Cheng, there was one line that caught his attention the most. He has the supernatural ability to predict danger and reflect curses. As a physical invulnerability expert who had reached his current level through witchcraft, he hated and feared such opponents the most. This meant that half of his innumerable strange techniques would be nullified, or even more. Of course, he knew that there was a limit to any supernatural ability. The other party might not be able to completely counter his curses. However, he didn't want to verify this conjecture unless he had no other choice. What if he was wrong? What if he was really reflected? That would be equivalent to giving up an arm and adding a leg. He might even die here. Talon was born in the war-torn zones, grew up in the war-torn zones, and was strong in the war-torn zones. He had experienced many dangerous situations. His thoughts ran wild, and he made a decision without hesitation. Run. Run as fast as possible. Run with Ta Gu. But before that, he had to kill Ta Gu's confidants, wife, and children. They had heard about the secret alliance. As for the jewels, gold, and bearer bonds, he could only give them up and see if they could distract the enemy. He would deal with the hidden dangers later. Only by staying alive could he talk about the future. Thump. Taking a step forward, Talon was like a weightless black cloud. Lifting Ta Gu, he deftly avoided the light blue and crimson fireballs. Just then, he saw a few strands of spider silk fly past from the corner of his eye, wrapping around a huge tree that had been snapped in half. Following that, Smith, in his American military uniform and neatly combed hair, leaped into the air. With one hand, he created a spider web to envelop Ta Gu's wife and children. With the other, he took a picture of Talon and recorded his side profile. I feel like a monkey being watched by a crowd. Being treated in such a manner, Talon was enraged. He suddenly shook his right hand and shot out a ball of grayish-white fog. This cloud of fog didn't move slowly like its counterparts. As soon as it formed, it pounced on Smith, forming blurry eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. It was as though it had grown a human face. Before the fog even got close, Smith felt as though he had fallen into an ice cave. His body was cold and stiff, and even his reactions were slow. An indescribable fear filled his mind. It was as though he had just witnessed the most terrifying thing in the world. His life was slipping away. At the critical moment, his vision blurred and he saw Lu Cheng in his navy blue martial arts suit. He saw the faint purple fireballs hovering above and behind his head. The purple was so heavy and scorching that it distorted the air around it and absorbed the surrounding flames. It was like a true god high above, or a sun emitting endless light and heat, quietly looking down on the earth. As soon as the grayish-white fog with the human face approached, it sizzled like snow melting under the scorching sun. It seemed to let out a scream and struggled wildly. However, it was quickly enveloped by the gathering flames and disappeared without a trace. As the chill faded, Smith felt blood flowing to every corner of his body again. Ah! 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 At this time, screams drilled into his ears one after another, and extremely horrifying scenes were reflected in his eyes. Ta Gu's confidants, wives, and children were either stunned on the spot. Insects of various colors swarmed out of their eyes, noses, ears, and mouths. Their bodies turned black, and their hands madly clawed at their faces, forcefully pulling out their eyeballs. Some of their skin instantly dried up, revealing their white bones and flesh mixed with foreign objects. All of them were in a pitiful state and had died mysteriously. When the insects, snakes, and spiders were crawling over their bodies to collect their pheromones, the battle-hardened Talon had secretly prepared for the worst possible situation. Killing was a common occurrence for him, and he could always come up with new ideas. While Lu Cheng was saving Smith, Talon activated his plan. Then, with great confidence, he carried Ta Gu and ran into the depths of the forest without waiting to see the results. Whoosh! Talon exerted force with his heels and crossed the open space, avoiding Lu Cheng's golden fireball. Just as he was about to continue running, the golden fireball suddenly exploded slightly. It drew a beautiful arc in the air, forcibly changed its target, and shot back at him again. Marks appeared on Talon's calves, as though dozens of snakes had coiled around him. Poof! With the momentum behind him gone, he strangely changed directions and let the golden fireball fly into the dense forest, creating a mess. As soon as Talon moved, Lu Cheng moved as well. He threw a punch with his right fist from a few hundred meters away. Bzzz. Bzzz. Pores on his back and legs opened up, spewing out light blue flames. Bam! Like a launched rocket, Lu Cheng instantly closed the distance between them and arrived beside Talon. His fist carried powerful kinetic energy, as though it could destroy everything. Self-created unique skill, jet counterattack. If he hadn't cleared the area with the cannon fire, he wouldn't have dared to use this move. That would be knocking into trees continuously, giving his enemy a chance. In Talon's eyes, the shadow grew rapidly. It was too late for him to respond effectively. At this moment, he didn't even think as he lifted his pagoda bone and blocked the attack. Bam! Blood and flesh fell apart like rain. Broken hearts, severed intestines, deformed stomachs, and last night's supper fell to the ground with a pitter-patter. The drug lord of the generation, Ta Gu, was torn apart without a sound. Even the subsequent steps of piecing him back together could be skipped. Using Lu Cheng's momentum, Talon slid backwards at high speed. During this process, black fog rose from his body. Dense protrusions wriggled under his skin. His hair grew rapidly like vines that had lost control. His skin turned grayish-white and lost its luster. However, it gave off an unusually strong feeling. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes glowing with a ghostly green. His fingernails were like short swords, the color of gold and iron. The ends were dyed black. P.S. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival and a happy reunion. Chapter 684. In the blink of an eye, Talon seemed to have transformed into a different person. He had transformed from the Witch King of the nearby region into a monster that had crawled out from the depths of death. He was decaying yet indestructible, strange yet powerful. In a situation where curses were not effective, he chose to use the half-life, half-death technique to improve his close-range combat ability. Once transformed into the half-life, half-death technique, his body would become sturdy and his vitality would be hidden. He would no longer be afraid of ordinary attacks and would gain immense strength. He would be able to move as if he was flying, and he would carry deadly poison with him. The only problem with this evil technique was that even if he dispelled it in time, there would be traces left behind. His body would be closer to that of a corpse and his condition would be closer to death. It was irreversible. If he used it too many times and exceeded the critical point, his vitality would gradually dissipate and his body would slowly decay. He would pass away after 20 to 30 days of painful wailing. If not for the special circumstances, Talon wouldn't have considered using the half-life, half-death technique. But now, he couldn't care less. Thump! He stomped on the ground with his heel and no longer slid backward. He pounced madly at Lu Cheng. His green eyes flickered with fear. His hands were open but not open. He looked like he was grabbing but not grabbing. He looked twisted and ferocious. At the same time, the insects that had crawled out of the bodies of Ta Gu's wife and confidants swarmed toward Smith, Duane, Chang'an, Jian Dan, and the others like a tidal wave. They were full of flesh and blood. Their bodies swelled and were covered in a layer of violent and crazy light. They looked like unnatural products. Looking at the densely packed, strange, and colorful snakes, insects, and spiders, Smith couldn't help but shiver. His hair stood on end. He shot out spider silk with one hand and swung around with the help of the remaining trees. With the other hand, he weaved a net that covered the ground and stuck to the swarms of insects. He worked with his teammates to kill them. After 2 trips, he suddenly felt a chill on his neck. He felt something furry close to him. In that instant, Smith was scared out of his wits. He felt cold all over, as though he could see his horrifying and exaggerated death. I hope my spider body can resist the poison of these monsters. Just as this thought flashed through his mind, there was a whooshing sound, and the furry feeling disappeared. Out of instinct, Smith turned his head and looked over, only to see a weird spider with dense hair on its abdomen open. Green liquid flowed out of it, and it quickly fell down with broken threads. Then, thoughtless blade, Jian Dan retracted her right hand and pushed it forward, shooting invisible vacuum knives at the tide of insects one after another. That spider copied my fighting style, flying and sneaking attacks. Fortunately, Jane discovered it in time. Smith's heart fell back to its original position, and for a moment, he forgot who was imitating the other. He gathered his spirit, raised his awareness, and flew back and forth to assist in the battle. Jian Dan's invisible vacuum knife could not release dozens or even hundreds of them at once. In the face of countless insects, it was like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It was hardly effective, so she simply opened her tactical backpack, took out a grenade, and threw it forward. In such a situation, she did not need to aim. As long as the direction was correct, she could kill the snakes and insects one by one. On the other side, Duane expanded his muscles, turning into a 2-meter-tall giant. On his dark skin, cloud-like patterns danced with silvery white arcs. He held a flamethrower in his toy-like hand and aimed it at the swarming insect tide. Occasionally, it would be mixed with electric sparks, jumping continuously to paralyze the insects. As a soldier known for his strength, his tactical backpack was as tall as a person. It was filled with all kinds of weapons to deal with different situations. Shadow Hunter Chang'an's supernatural ability was not suited for group attacks, so he could only wander around the edges, carrying a rocket launcher. From time to time, he would fire at the densest areas of spiders, snakes, and insects. Rumbling explosions sounded one after another. But even with their combined efforts and full firepower, the insect tide showed no signs of receding or thinning out. Some mutated insects even burrowed into the ground and attacked from the soles of their feet, forcing them to retreat as they fought. Talon's goal was to distract Lu Cheng by attacking his subordinates, so that he could take care of the weak and create an opportunity to escape. There was no information to indicate that Lu Cheng was a cold-hearted person. Bam! Talon pounced in front of Lu Cheng, reaching out with both hands. He looked like he was going to engage in a head-on melee. He believed that an enemy with a simple, violent, direct, and tough fighting style wouldn't reject such a development. When the time came, he could give Lu Cheng a surprise. If the surprise worked, and Lu Cheng was distracted by his subordinates, Talon would be able to retreat easily and even reap some benefits. Seeing that both parties were about to clash, Lu Cheng suddenly bent his back and dodged to the side. At the same time, he stirred up a strong gust of wind that dropped the surrounding heat by more than 10 degrees. Bam! 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 As soon as Lu Cheng used his footwork, the area within a radius of dozens of meters was immediately filled with white fog and frost. Very soon, strong winds were blowing in all directions, and goose feathers were falling. A small snowstorm had started in the tropical jungle. Under the cover of the snowstorm, Lu Cheng's 3 flames circled around his opponent, appearing and disappearing from time to time. It made it difficult for Talon to pinpoint his exact location, let alone exchange punches and kicks. Ice Sec's second move, mesmerizing snow steps. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The wind whistled and blew. The ground that had been plowed by the cannon fire lost its scorching heat and became cold and harsh. Insects and other creatures were temperamental animals. They could not adjust their body temperature by themselves. In such an environment, their blood was cooling and frosting. As representatives of temperamental animals, Smith and the others would only feel cold at most for a while, but it would not affect them much. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the cold wind invaded their bodies and snow accumulated, the smaller insects froze to death in batches. The rest retreated like a receding tide, leaving the ground. This gave Smith, Chingen, and the rest a chance to catch their breaths. Be it ice or fire, Lu Cheng could effectively counter insect swarm. The reason why he chose the former and not the inferno was because the latter would hurt his team members regardless of whether they were friend or foe. Seeing the situation, Talon realized that he had overreached himself. He shouldn't have done 2 things at the same time. The effects of one cancelled out the other. The thought flashed through his mind. He took the opportunity to turn around and dash towards the edge of the snowstorm. It seemed like he was going to enter the forest and escape. Bam! The strong wind seemed to have slammed into a wall of air. A patch of white cracked open and Lu Cheng leaped out, sticking close to Talon's back like gangrene. A crushing punch covered in purple flames landed heavily on his opponent's lumbar vertebrae. At this moment, Talon stopped abruptly, as though he had been prepared. His body seemed to have lost its bones or turned into a giant python. He twisted around forcefully and strangely, opened his palm and pressed it against Lu Cheng's fist. At the center of his palm, bumps protruded. Some were green, some were blue, some were red, some were black, some were stacked with different colors, and some were like poisonous fangs. His escape this time was to counterattack. And counterattack was to make it easier for him to escape. Lu Cheng's pupils shrank. He retracted his chi and blood and bent his knees. With this force concentration, he forcefully pulled back his right fist and didn't make contact with Talon's palm fangs. Talon wasn't disappointed. Instead, the green in his eyes intensified. He opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of grayish-white fog. The fog instantly condensed into a human head. Its face was blurry, but its eyes were filled with hatred. It opened its mouth and pounced at Lu Cheng with lightning speed. This was the surprise Talon had prepared. It was a secret technique of the Witch King lineage, Flying Head Barbarian. It was refined from a living person with strong emotional fluctuations. Finally, it would melt the opponent's head into the fog and store it within its body. Once it was spat out, it could kill the enemy remotely from a long distance. It could come and go like the wind, gather and disperse at will, and was immune to many types of attacks. Of course, flames, ice, and high-intensity light were its nemesis. That was why Talon hadn't used it from the start. He had waited until they were less than a meter apart. At this distance, no one could avoid the bite of the flying head barbarian. Even if they didn't die, they would be severely injured. The moment the flying head barbarian appeared, Lu Qing happened to release his Dan force. Therefore, he shot backward and retreated quickly. However, the head formed from the fog was faster than him. In a breath's time, it had closed in. At this moment, a blazing white light appeared. One of the remaining 3 flames that Lu Qing hadn't blasted out had circled in front of him. He had retreated to buy this bit of time. Boom! The flying head barbarian pounced on the blazing white light. It was as though a sun had appeared on the spot. The blinding light illuminated the surroundings. The grayish-white fog twisted and struggled before quickly dissipating. With the help of the shockwave from the explosion, Talon leaped backward, straightened his body, and sprinted towards the edge of the snowstorm. This was the opportunity he had been waiting for. During this process, Talon released 3 more flying head barbarians. Each of them took up a path to block the pursuers. The snowstorm quickly thinned out. The scene of trees and forests came into view. As soon as he stepped in, before he could rejoice, a low and dignified incantation suddenly sounded in his ears. Formation. Lu Cheng's clothes were in tatters. Flames flowed on the surface of his body. His hands formed seals. At the last moment, he condensed and solidified the airflow, binding Talon in layers. If Talon hadn't been so focused on escaping, it would have been difficult for him to find such a good posture. Of course, if Talon had chosen to fight to the death, it would have been a different strategy. Whoosh! Whoosh! Scarlet and light blue flew out and blasted towards Talon, who was trying to break free from the cage with his half-dead body. Whoosh! 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 Lu Cheng's fingers moved continuously, slashing out streaks and streaks of crystal-clear sword aura at the flying head barbarians blocking his path. Even if the sword aura didn't hit them, it would still cause a layer of ice to form around them and freeze them. When they fell to the ground, they wouldn't be able to move for a while. Once the sword aura hit them, the fog would solidify and they would shatter into pieces. Rumble! Rumble! Crimson red and light blue smashed into Talon, creating a violent explosion that stirred up dark clouds. Just as the flames dimmed, Lu Cheng had already moved forward. Facing his opponent, whose sturdy body had cracked, he launched an aggressive and frenzied attack that burned like flames. I didn't want to waste time, so I quickly closed it and reopened it. At this time, I was given the option to restore the document. I thought that since I didn't add a record of the outline and settings today, there was no need to restore it, so I chose no. After I finished checking, I looked at the document I was writing and realized that it had been closed without me noticing. I clicked on it and saw that the 3,000 words I wrote were gone, leaving less than 100 words at the beginning. Less than 100 words. My settings were to be automatically saved after 10 minutes. At this moment, anyone who had written before could understand how I felt. I was completely disheartened and in so much pain that I almost asked for leave. I would have continued writing tomorrow after I sorted out my emotions. The last time I lost a manuscript was when I was writing Jinx. At that time, I was writing a stockpile of manuscripts. Hence, I didn't want to write and wasted an entire afternoon trying to restore the data. However, it didn't work. After trying for half an hour to no avail, I forced myself to rewrite. As this was the 3,000 words I had written before, it was faster than usual. I finally managed to finish it in time. However, I couldn't write the remaining chapter today as the doctor had asked me to sleep at 10. I owe him one chapter. Including the one I promised last month, there are 3 chapters in total. Chapter 685. Bam! 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 Lu Qing spread out his fists, punching, thrusting, crushing, and hammering. Every move was heavy and carried a tinge of purple. He launched a frenzied attack with no gaps in between, just like the blazing flames in the prairie. In terms of close combat, both Fire-like Invasion and Blizzard Storm belong to the best of the best in this field. Lu Cheng was a martial artist who specialized in this field. In an instant, he completely suppressed Talon, causing him to be unable to cope with his attacks and be unable to do anything. However, Talon's half-dead body had immense strength and could move like the wind. He was slightly better than Lu Cheng in these two aspects. Moreover, his body was sturdy, close to the strength of the Golden Bell shield of the same level. Ordinary attacks and flames had little effect on him. Therefore, he relied on simple and violent moves to block his opponent. Although he was at a disadvantage, he didn't panic and didn't show any signs of losing. If it weren't for such a miraculous half-dead body technique, it wouldn't have become one of the supreme secret arts of the Witch King lineage. Rumble. 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 As their fists and feet collided, the purple flames scattered and the grayish-white light dimmed. Muffled thunder-like sounds echoed continuously. They seemed to stack together, but at the same time, they seemed to last forever. As they fought, rings of white air billows gushed out from the places where Lu Cheng and Talon exchanged blows. They stirred up strong winds, stirring up dirt and even blowing away broken trees. Shadow Hunter Chang'an had wanted to use the fact that he was an inhuman expert to approach and assist Lu Cheng. He wanted to quickly finish off the physical invulnerability Mighty One with countless strange skills. However, he couldn't break through the wind barrier. The further he went, the harder it got. In the end, he couldn't even move an inch. Seeing that the battle was at a stalemate, with no clear victor and no opportunity to escape, Talon's heart sank. This was because the half-dead body technique could only last for 5 minutes. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he clenched his teeth and twisted his arms forward. They transformed into 2 pythons and coiled around Lu Cheng's fists. At the same time, his eyes turned green. Black smoke rose from his grayish-white cracked skin. His body instantly shrank by a size. The moment the black smoke appeared, it took shape and turned into half a ring. It wrapped around Lu Cheng, then contracted and locked him in place. Witch King's secret technique, Ghost Lock. Faced with such a situation, Lu Cheng took a deep breath, retracted his chi and blood, and forcefully pulled back his fist. Ice and fire embraced each other as the great pellet condensed. He shifted the constellations and outlined the word, battle, that seemed to be able to battle the heavens and the earth. At this moment, Talon didn't take the opportunity to attack. Instead, he retracted his arms and formed a strange seal in front of him. Bang! Lu Cheng's body expanded, causing the ghost lock to crack apart. Talon's figure turned eerily blurry as though he had turned into a grayish-white shadow. The shadow twisted and collapsed, splitting into 9 parts. They fled at high speed in various directions of the forest. Each one seemed to be fake, but each one could be real. It was the ultimate escape technique of the Witch Kings, Chaos of the 9 Suns. Lu Cheng quickly reformed his ice heart and used the deity spell above his head. However, he still couldn't tell which shadow was Talon. Seeing that the other party was about to escape from the range of his mind power, he raised his hands to draw the ancient characters and said in a dignified voice, "Column." The decueing formula of the 9 words formula. The original purpose of this secret technique was to stack the strength of a team and complete a joint attack. Like the rope in a tug-of-war, it allowed everyone to rely on each other and tidy up their scattered and messy thoughts. However, such a combination couldn't be forced. After the column formula was used, the other party had to be willing to let go of their subconscious resistance for it to take effect. Therefore, it couldn't create the strange scene of stacking the strength of the enemy. As for Smith and the rest, they were outside of his mental range, so they weren't within the effective range of the column formula. Lu Cheng used it at this moment to test the waters. The real Talon would resist, but the illusory shadow wouldn't react unless it had sentience. This way, it would be clear who was real and who was fake. In a flash, Lu Cheng found a way to break through the chaos of the 9 suns. He didn't take the conventional route. A mysterious feeling spread rapidly. His mind seemed to have turned into a radar. In the blink of an eye, feedback appeared. Lu Cheng aimed at the grayish-white shadow on his left and threw a punch. Bzzzt bzzzt bzzzt. Behind his back and under his feet, waves of light blue flames spurted out, pushing him through layers of air barriers. He flashed behind the shadow and struck the back of its head without slowing down. Talon's pupils contracted. His eyes narrowed to the size of a needle. He didn't expect the chaos of the 9 suns to be able to fool Lu Qing all the time. However, he believed that Lu Qing wouldn't be able to tell in a short period of time. This confidence was cultivated from hundreds of battles. Once he entered a safe distance, he would have too many ways to escape pursuit. However, Lu Qing didn't waste any time. He seemed to have seen through the real thing at a glance. This was simply too frightening, enough to make one feel despair. As his thoughts drifted, Talon's eyes revealed a ruthless look. He leaned forward and dodged the iron fist that was aimed at the back of his head. At the same time, he raised his left arm as though he was subconsciously maintaining his balance. Bam! Lu Qing ignited Emperor Yen force. He lowered his shoulder and forcefully changed the direction of his fist. The punch was supposed to be a hammer strike. At that moment, Talon's raised left arm suddenly exploded. Blood and flesh splattered and drenched half of Lu Qing's body. Sizzle sizzle sizzle. Amidst the terrifying sounds of corrosion, Talon's dark green martial arts suit turned black and tattered. The skin on Lu Qing's arms, shoulders, chest, and face started to fester rapidly. Worms seemed to have fused with Talon's flesh as they wriggled and tried to burrow into his body. Shaman King's body-damaging secret technique, flesh and blood spirit goo. The intense pain caused Lu Qing's hammer strike to lose its strength. His body paused involuntarily. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Talon accelerated again and pounced towards the forest at the edge of the clearing. Lu Qing's ice heart swayed but didn't disintegrate. He endured the pain and executed Lord Emperor's purple flames. With a whoosh, faint purple flames appeared around his body. They wandered around the surface of his body like flowing water, igniting Talon's flesh and blood. The tiny insects turned black, then charred, and finally started burning. No goo worm wasn't afraid of flames. If there was, he would increase the temperature. Bam bam bam. Amidst the purple flames, the bits of flesh either turned to ashes or fell off. Lu Qing's skin, muscles, and hair merely curled up slightly and gave off a barbecued smell. This was the fire control ability of a fire sect physical invulnerability expert. While the faint purple flames around him swayed and danced, Lu Qing endured the pain and raised his hands. Using an area of effect technique, he started forming hand seals at Talon, who was moving left and right. As the ancient word formed, he exhaled and said, "Confrontation." The hatred and urgency in Talon's heart dissipated instantly. He became sluggish and drowsy, returning to his usual state of recuperation after being injured. Not good. He bit the tip of his tongue and forcefully raised his mentality. At this moment, the ancient word in Lu Qing's mind changed. He used the simplified attainment formula and caught up to Talon in 2 strides. He shook his arm and threw a punch. Talon shook off his sluggish and drowsy state. He quickly lowered his missing left shoulder and blocked his opponent's right fist. Throughout the entire process, he didn't panic. He remembered to let the grayish-white fog pass under his skin to prevent freezing and stiffening. As for explosions and burns, he had to rely on the sturdiness of his body. Just as the two came into contact, Lu Qing suddenly turned his fist into a palm. Pressing down with force, he bent his back and flipped himself up. He leaped above his opponent and threw a punch headfirst at his Baihui acupoint. Talon's half-dead body had outstanding brute strength and incredible speed. However, when it came to close combat techniques, he couldn't catch up to Lu Qing no matter how hard he tried. Seeing the sudden turn of events, he could only shrink his neck in panic and raise his right fist. However, Lu Qing opened his left hand again and pressed lightly on Talon's fist, infusing it with ice spirit force. Then, using the force, he flipped over and jumped to the back of his opponent. While in mid-air, he tightened his right leg and whipped it backwards like a steel whip with a spring attached to it. Talon's body turned cold and slowed down slightly. He wanted to throw himself forward, but it was too late. He barely avoided being hit in his vital organs and was kicked in the right shoulder by Lu Cheng. Bam! His shoulder collapsed and was badly mangled. Although his arm didn't fall off, he couldn't exert any strength. Feeling a chill in his heart, Talon twisted his body like a boneless person and looked at Lu Cheng. His eyes burned like green flames as a strange and terrifying feeling spread out. Lu Cheng, who had just steadied himself and turned his body, instantly felt his surroundings turn dark. The craters left behind by the cannon fire had disappeared. The dense forest had disappeared. Smith and the rest had disappeared as well. The darkness was quickly dyed with green, blood red, and other colors. Talon stood out. He was at least 100 meters tall, with heads and arms all over his body. Countless eyes stared at him without blinking. The intense fear seemed to materialize and turned into a sea of insects that covered the sky. As Monster Talon's countless huge palms pressed down, they drowned out Lu Cheng. Secret spirit technique of the Witch King lineage, savage sacrifice. Lu Cheng's body was transparent as though he was made of ice crystals. Under such circumstances and attacks, cracks appeared one after another. Even with enemy heart-freezing move, he couldn't completely neutralize his opponent's attack. At the critical moment, Lu Cheng suddenly disappeared from Monster Talon's eyes. In addition to the dark green and blood-red colors, there was a boundless darkness. There were also distant and resplendent stars. The 100-meter-tall giant and the innumerable insects were so small that they could be ignored. The terrifying atmosphere suddenly weakened by quite a bit. Just as Talon was about to respond, the stars started to move rapidly, forming 9 mysterious and ancient words. Confrontation. Army. Fighting. Swordsman. Wholeness. Formation. Deference. Forwarding. Attainment. In an instant, the 9 ancient words shone brightly and pierced through the pure mental domain. They tore apart the green, blood, insects, and giant. Talon instinctively tilted his head back as grayish-white blood flowed out of his nose. Rumble. Smith and the rest seized the opportunity and fired a rocket, forcing Talon to dodge pathetically. Both his arms were disabled, his attacks were ineffective, his enemies surrounded him, and his opponents were strong. All of this made him feel despair. Ruthlessness reappeared in Talon's eyes as he looked at Lu Cheng and shouted, "Let's die together." His grayish-white body spontaneously combusted. His flesh and soul turned into the most ferocious curse, silently and formlessly attacking Lu Cheng. He didn't know where to dodge. It was Life Curse, the secret technique of the Witch Kings that would perish together. He wanted to use the curse ignited by his life to break through the defense of his opponent's supernatural ability. Lu Cheng was alarmed. Without thinking, he retracted his chi and blood to balance the ice and fire, forming the Jindan that looked like a miniature universe. After the real Jindan shattered and fused with his body, his ability to repel curses had indeed improved. However, compared to the Longhu Immortal, who was truly skilled in curses, he was still lacking. He wasn't as strong as when he had the Jindan. However, the Longhu Immortal's ability didn't appear out of nowhere. It was based on his Jindan technique, 9 words formula, and secret technique. Unfortunately, for a physical invulnerability mighty one who was skilled in curses, Lu Cheng had obtained all of these. Therefore, he could temporarily improve his ability to repel curses in battle. The stars moved and the 9 words formula formed a complicated seal script. Ripples spread to every corner of the universe. The blood was swept away. The flames on Talon's body were extinguished as his body melted like a candle. The light in his eyes faded. Talon muttered to himself, "Why is everything countered by you?" His voice gradually faded into silence. Soon, he was reduced to a pile of flesh and blood. Smith, Dwight, Chingen, Jian Dan, and the rest watched from afar, forgetting to put down their weapons. A physical invulnerability terror grade expert had fallen in front of them. And he only had one opponent. P.S. after a long time of not having enough words, I've finally exceeded the word count once again. Chapter 686. Report the situation to the Joint Command Center. Lu Qing turned his head and looked at Shadow Hunter Cheng'an. The corroded parts of his body were starting to scab, and the pain was still lingering. The purple flames gradually extinguished, revealing his upper body that contained terrifying power. He took a deep breath and resisted the urge to grimace. He was puzzled by the development of the situation. The physical invulnerability expert just now should belong to the branch of the Witch King. In a situation where he was restrained by himself, it shouldn't be a problem for him to make the decision to escape. But in the end, he first damaged his body and risked his life, then used a curse that would take him down with him. It didn't make sense. Normally speaking, in a hopeless situation where both parties didn't have a deep hatred for each other, shouldn't surrendering be the natural choice? Wouldn't it be better to preserve his useful body and wait for hope to appear? For a physical invulnerability expert, he would be valued no matter which force he joined. Of course, there would be some control measures, just like number 16 and number 17. This was already a very bad ending. The branch of the Witch King that he belonged to would pay a sufficient price to exchange him back. After all, it was very difficult to nurture a physical invulnerability expert. You had to look at the sky. With such a backup plan, why would the other party sacrifice himself? Could it be that the secret he was involved in was more important than his life? It was because of his misjudgment of the enemy's attitude that Lu Cheng was almost invaded by the goo worm and suffered serious injuries. That was why he resisted the curse that would take him down with him. If his realm and strength were slightly lower, it would be questionable whether he would still be standing in one piece. Yes. Hearing Lu Cheng's order, Cheng'an hurriedly answered. Unknowingly, his tone was subconsciously filled with respect and fear. He retracted his gaze, took out his satellite phone, and started to contact the command center. Not far away, Smith stared blankly at the puddle of flesh and blood. Then, he shifted his gaze to Lu Cheng. He felt that Lu Cheng hadn't changed much from the first time he saw him. The only difference was that he looked more mature and reserved. However, the terror-grade corpse in front of him silently contradicted his senses. Every time they met, his strength would increase tremendously. It was as if there was no limit or delay. Even when he came to Connecticut once a month, it was the same, just not as exaggerated. But now, he had grown into an expert that Smith looked up to, a terrifying figure who could kill a terror-grade expert alone. Was this the path of strength displayed by the best fighting prodigies? Like the Dragon King and the Warrior Sage in China, or the Saint and the Hand of Order in the Big Apple? Living in the information age, it was not that Smith had never seen the top experts, but that was all through the screen. He could not personally experience the horror of the qualitative changes that happened every once in a while. Now, he understood. This was a growth rate that made people despair and lose their confidence. At the same time, he came to a deeper realization. The other party was really a troublemaker, the source of accidents. Stay away from the building and be safe. At this moment, the voice of the higher-ups of the Joint Command Headquarters came from Chang'an's satellite phone. Did you identify that physical invulnerability expert? I've taken a picture and will send it back for comparison soon. It's suspected to be Talon from the branch of the Witch King. Chang'an often came to the war-torn zones to carry out missions, so he was no stranger to the famous masters in this area. Very good. Where are Ta Gu and his trusted subordinates? Was there a solution? Are there any survivors? All dead, except for Ta Gu. The rest were killed by the suspected physical invulnerability expert, probably to silence them, Chang'an answered honestly. Silence. This is a little strange. The higher-ups pondered for a moment before asking, did that physical invulnerability expert leave behind any clues? No. Chang'an glanced at the pile of flesh and blood and added in a low voice, he's already dead. There was silence on the other end, and even the sound of breathing seemed to have disappeared. After a long while, Chang'an heard a slightly anxious new question. How did he die? By Chang'an swallowed his saliva and said, "Killed by Mr. Lu." In the Joint Command headquarters, the gathered higher-ups were once again at a loss for words. "Oh my God!" A few seconds later, a brown-haired man exclaimed. "If it was Talon, he would indeed be countered by Lu," said a blue-eyed woman in a dark green military uniform. "Even so, it's very, very difficult to kill a terror-grade expert." The brown-haired man shrugged and spread his hands. The higher-ups sent by China looked at each other, unsure if they should join the discussion or be more reserved. "Would it be immodest of us to express our admiration and praise from the bottom of our hearts?" Just as they were hesitating, the blue-eyed woman suddenly gasped. The previous time the commenter came to the war-torn zones, 2 terror-grade experts, number 16 and number 18, also died. She had participated in the follow-up negotiations and understood the situation well. The brown-haired man rolled his eyes and blurted out, "Last time, when he came to Nile, even more terror-grade experts died. Among them, the deaths of the Dark Knight Bat and the Mummy are suspected to be related to him." Nile was also considered a war-torn zone back then. One of the higher-ups couldn't help but add. "All 3 times he came to the war-torn zones, all 3 times involved the death of terror-grade experts, without exception." The blue-eyed woman's voice grew softer, and there was a hint of fear in her voice. Could he really be a human-shaped catastrophe that targets terror-grade experts? The brown-haired man muttered to himself. "We have to restrict him from coming here in the future. Is it really okay to discuss this in front of us? Besides, all of you are only at the inhuman stage or below. There's no need to worry." The higher-ups of China looked at each other and didn't interrupt. They calmed down and quickly ordered Chang'an to collect the corpses of suspected Tashilans and other valuable items and return to the command center as soon as possible. He was also to keep it a secret. If there was a leak, he would be court-martialed. Chang'an hung up the phone and passed the order to the others. Duane frowned. He did not hide his doubts and asked, "What's the matter? Why did he commit suicide? Why didn't he surrender?" In his opinion, sacrificing one's life to curse Lu Cheng was equivalent to suicide. Maybe he's a physical invulnerability expert with ideals and uncompromising perseverance. Jian Dan replied half-jokingly and half-seriously. There were indeed such physical invulnerability experts, but they were all people with strong wills. Maybe he hates being controlled, or maybe it's related to curses. He should belong to the branch of the Witch King. If there's a big secret behind him, he might hand over something important to him. Once he surrenders, he will be cursed from afar. Chang'an made a deduction based on what he had seen and heard over the years. Possible. Lu Cheng nodded slowly. Let's return as soon as possible. The follow-up investigation wasn't within the scope of his mission. There were plenty of professionals in the military. As for assigning a new mission, that would have to wait until he had some clues about the secret. It seemed like it would be difficult to come up with a direction for the time being. "So, I have to go home for the holidays and Connecticut for the new year." Outside the forest, in a camouflaged armored vehicle, a middle-aged man with grayish-white eyes, who seemed to be blind, leaned against the back of a chair and looked outside. He wore a black short-sleeved shirt, which was very characteristic of the war-torn zones. His hair was combed neatly, and his face had a hint of green. He was the current generation's Witch King, Ruoh Xian. The mission this time was only to rescue Ta Gu. The Witch King lineage was the best choice, and they didn't reject it. However, Ruoxin didn't appear personally and was only there to provide support. If the matter was exposed, Talon's personal actions and the Witch King lineage's involvement were 2 completely different concepts. The other party wouldn't pay the same amount of attention. At this moment, there was a sudden cracking sound. A puppet placed on the platform in front of Ruoh Xian collapsed and broke into pieces. It originally had many dark red patterns, and its face was similar to Talon's. Especially its eyes, they were vivid and seemed to have a life of their own. Voodoo marionette. It was the foundation of the Witch King's practice of curses. When it was fully mastered, it would become the most important and fatal thing in itself. If it was mastered by a master who was also skilled in curses, it would be at the mercy of others. Talon is dead. Witch King Ruoxian's eyes shrunk, and he couldn't help but blurt out. As doubts and shock flashed through his mind, his hand gesture changed. The grayish-white color gathered, and a foot-long glow shot out from his eyes as he muttered. He wanted to use Talon's voodoo marionette to remotely connect with Talon's soul that had just passed away and find out what had happened before his death. The broken puppet flew up, burning fiercely with grayish-white flames. Within the flames, a scene quickly took shape. It was a scene of boundless darkness and bright stars. Immediately after, an extremely complicated seal script appeared. It suddenly rippled and extinguished the flames. Cough. Ruoxian tilted his head back and coughed. 2 streams of dark red liquid flowed out from his nose. He covered his nose with his hand. His eyes flickered, and he instructed his subordinates, leave this place. In the military airport, Lu Qing received a call from Empress Luo, Ning Zitong. You really did cause an accident. This experienced senior beauty was a little helpless. After handing over the task and being escorted out of the territory, Lu Qing laughed dryly. That's their own problem. Ning Zitong was silent for a few seconds before saying, killing a physical invulnerability expert single-handedly is something you should be proud of for a while. Your master only managed to do it after years of immersion in the physical invulnerability stage. As for the merit, we'll investigate it later. If it involves a major problem, you don't have to do anything else. You can go and study the restriction sect, Clear Jade chapter. Thank you, Sister Ning, Lu Qing replied happily. After hanging up, he wondered if he should brag to his master. However, after a long time, he still couldn't get through. It wasn't that there was no signal or that the phone was switched off, but that no one was picking up. Chapter 687. Wuyue Province, Mosheng City. Shi Yuejian was leisurely experimenting with new cooking methods when she suddenly heard the vibration of a mobile phone in the living room. Dad, why didn't you answer the phone? She asked loudly, raising the volume. A nuisance call. Geezer Shi answered concisely. As soon as the vibration stopped, he immediately unlocked the screen, clicked on the settings, and switched to Do Not Disturb mode. Fortunately, I've learned this trick recently. Otherwise, that brat would be so proud of himself. Geezer Shi muttered to himself. His information network was extremely fast and accurate. At this moment, Shi Yuejian came out of the kitchen, holding her mobile phone. Half puzzled and half amused, she said, little junior brother called me. She said she couldn't reach her dad and asked if something had happened. He still cared about his teacher. Geezer Shi's face darkened. He reached out and took the phone unhappily. Lu Qing hung up the phone with satisfaction and left the military base. He arrived at Huaqing Heishui Airport and flew directly to Gaofen, the capital of Xing Province. When he landed, Yan Zhika had just woken up and read the news. She was quite excited to talk about the strange abilities of the Witch King with him. While chatting, Lu Qing put on the black-rimmed glasses that covered half of his face and hailed a taxi to Gaofen City. When he was in Huiyuan, he had made an appointment with Jiang Fei and Qin Rui to have a meal before the holidays. When they were on holiday, he would have flown to America. He had to cherish this opportunity that came only once every 6 months. As his reputation grew, it was uncertain whether he would be able to enter the country in the future. Fortunately, Ku only had 1.5 years of courses left, which meant he could enter the country 3 times. Before the rush hour, Lu Qing arrived at the restaurant Jiang Fei had mentioned, Old Cold Skewers. He also saw his best friend who seemed to have put on some weight and had an oily face. It's not easy. It's really not easy to have a meal with you now. Jiang Fei stood up with a smile and pulled out a chair for Lu Qing to put his backpack. Fatty Jiang, you're not being honest. If you want to come to Huaqing, I'm always free. Lu Qing joked and asked casually, Qin Rui hasn't arrived yet? He's stuck in traffic. There's a huge traffic jam coming from the west. It'll probably take another 5 or 6 minutes. Let me tell you, when eating in Gaofen, don't go to big restaurants or fancy places. You have to eat at small roadside restaurants like this. As long as you can find a good one, the taste will be amazing. This one opened not long ago, and I've certified it. It's much better than those that can be found everywhere in chain stores, especially the celery beef. TSK, you can give it a try. Lu Chen glanced at the greasy but clean shop and asked with a smile, do they count or weigh? In this kind of string business, one would either count the number of sticks or weigh the overall weight of the sticks. Then, one would divide it by a single stick to get the approximate data. This would not be very accurate, but it was convenient. I'm counting, Jiang Fei answered, a little confused. Lu Qing chuckled and made a joke. Won't the waiter be crying from counting later? Jiang Fei immediately understood what he meant and could not help but sigh. Say, you eat so much more than me, but why don't you get fat? If you have my training intensity, you won't get fat, Lu Qing joked. Jiang Fei's face twitched and he said self-deprecatingly, but I'll die. After that, the two laughed at the same time, got up, found a large iron plate, and finished all the celery beef, coriander beef, spicy beef, and Scottish fold beef in the refrigerator. Can you eat so much? The waitress looked at them blankly. There were at least 600 or 700 skewers, right? The kitchen couldn't keep up with the speed of the beef skewers. We have a lot of people, but we haven't arrived yet, Lu Qing explained seriously. Oh. The waitress suddenly understood. Laolan kebab belonged to the hot pot category, so it had to be cooked by oneself. Lu Qing and Jiang Fei had just mixed the sauce and prepared a batch when they saw Qin Rui, who was more than 1.9 meters tall, enter the shop with his head lowered. You're late, you'll be punished with 3 glasses of wine. Fatty Jiang shouted. Because they were both in Gaofen, he and Qin Rui, who were single, had been eating together for the past few months. They were much closer than before. I'll replace the wine with tea. Qin Rui pulled over a chair and asked. Tea? We're all drinkers. Jiang Fei laughed. Then I'll punish myself with 3 bottles of herbal tea. Qin Rui relaxed immediately. Lu Qing saw that his qi and blood had reached a certain level, so he asked with interest, are you trying to break through to the Dan stage recently? Sigh, don't mention it. I can't find the direction at all. I've increased the number of times I participate in the arena, but I still don't feel it. Qin Rui replied, half bitter and half expectant. Since he came to Gaofen, he had sought refuge in the martial arts club that his master was familiar with. He had formed a team with a group of like-minded peers to participate in the preliminaries. He had been defeated time and time again, and had gradually transformed into a real professional 9th pin fighter. This year, he had signed up for many small-scale individual arena competitions and received the prize money for the first time in his life. Lu Qing thought for a moment and said, try another way. Don't be too busy with the competition. Take some time out and go on a solo trip. It's best if it's a spacious, vast, and magnificent place. You can learn how to fish and study the art of tea. In short, find something else to do and experience a different life. This will help you tap into the strength in the depths of your heart, the strength that supports you to move forward. If you feel it, grasp it and design a certain way to polish your will. At this stage, my master once gave me 10 words, and I'll give them to you as well. Human body Big Dan, bright and round. Well, I'll try it later. Qin Rui nodded, not quite understanding, but he had already decided to do as he was told. After talking about martial arts for a while, Lu Qing picked up the skewers, cut the beef, and let it roll a few times in the sauce. Then he put it into his mouth. He felt that the meat was tender and smooth. The taste of the celery subdued some of the unpleasantness of the meat. With the help of chili and sesame oil, it tasted great. Not bad. Fatty Jiang, you're really good at eating. Lu Qing praised and then asked, how's it going? How's life in the factory recently? It's still the same. We study mechanics, what else can we do? Jiang Fei suddenly said indignantly, I originally thought that I could meet girls working in the factory, but it turns out that most of the people in this company are men. I feel like I'll always be single. I think I'll always be lonely for the rest of my life. Qin Rui helped him to match the music. Don't worry, in a few years, your parents will arrange blind dates for you. Lu Qing didn't know if he was comforting him or provoking him, and even if there are girls working in the factory, I don't think you'll like them. Well, I feel like we don't have anything in common, and I don't know what to talk about when we get married. Jiang Fei, who was single, thought about his life after marriage and then sighed, the factory is so boring, and I don't see any promotion for a while. A few of my batch have already left, and my master keeps praising me, saying that I'm steady, not impetuous, and can calm down to do things. In fact, I'm often troubled, thinking about whether to take the postgraduate entrance exam or start a business, but I forget about it in a second. Ever since we met, I've always admired you for that. You have a good attitude and don't remember your troubles, said Lu Qing sincerely. When you've decided on a direction to strive for, if there's anything you need help with, feel free to look for me. This was also the main reason why his friendship with Fatty Jiang could last so long, and not fade away slowly. Some people can be friends for life, while others can only be friends for a period of time. Jiang Fei's eyes lit up. That's great. I'll remember what you said. Lu Qing laughed and teased, Fatty Jiang, I'm just being polite, why are you so impolite? Hee, thick-skinned people live better lives. Jiang Fei laughed proudly. As he ate, Qin Rui remembered something and said with a smile, Cheng, every holiday outside your neighborhood almost becomes an acrobatic performance ground. Why? Lu Cheng was confused. Every holiday, many parents bring their children who have just started practicing martial arts to train and perform stunts outside your neighborhood. They wonder if a physical invulnerability mighty one will coincidentally come home and see their child's potential and take him in as a disciple, explained Qin Rui without much literary talent. Lu Qing couldn't help but laugh. Aren't they thinking too much? Everyone in the neighborhood knew where his neighborhood was, so it couldn't be hidden. However, with the government and the military taking care of it in the open and in the dark, it wasn't to the extent of disturbing his parents' daily lives. I've heard about this too. I was just passing by last time. Cheng, let me tell you, I even saw a monkey performer. I don't know if he saw the crowd and decided to perform to earn money, or if he wanted you to take his monkey in as a disciple, said Jiang Fei with a laugh. Lu Cheng was amused. I can try to teach it about cultivation. Ever since he had advanced to physical invulnerability, he was always free at home, not on holidays. After chatting for a while on this topic, Qin Rui asked curiously, Cheng, you haven't participated in the recent title matches. Are you conserving your energy and preparing to shock the world? Not exactly shocking the world, but I've participated in key events. After the new year, my goal is to do well in the top professional competitions and try for the Battle of Warrior Sage in May and the Battle of the Kings in December. Let's see how far I can go. As for the other title matches, I might give up or just familiarize myself with my opponents and practice my moves, answered Lu Cheng as he pondered. In May, I'll have been at physical invulnerability for almost a year. In December, I'll be at least a year and a half. Then I wish you a better ranking. Jiang Fei and Qin Rui picked up their drinks. The next day, Lu Cheng bade them farewell and boarded the high-speed train back to Shushan. Outside the window, dark clouds covered the sky. The weather was terrible. When he arrived at his hometown and walked out of the high-speed train station, he saw snowflakes fluttering in the air. Since Lu Cheng was born, it had only snowed 3 times in Shushan. This was the 4th. Timely snow promises a bountiful year, exclaimed Lu Cheng with a smile. Chapter 688. No one came to pick him up after he exited the high-speed rail station. Lu Cheng disguised himself and hailed a black cab. He negotiated the price from 30 to 15 with a disdainful attitude. It had nothing to do with money. He just didn't want to be fooled by the driver. If he wasn't in a good mood, he would have crushed the road with his feet. Lu Qing arrived home without a word. He put down his backpack, hailed a cab, and went straight to Shushan City Hotel. Today was Lu Yanwei's wedding day. He had planned to come back early to observe the wedding preparations and gain some experience. However, he was delayed by a temporary task and could only attend the main event. At the entrance of the luxurious city hotel, there was a huge picture of Lu Yanwei and his bride, Tang Ning. There were balloons, flowers, and other decorations. It was a joyous occasion. Her face is still so round. Lu Qing chuckled and took out the red envelope he had prepared in advance. To the left of the entrance was the place to sign in and receive cash gifts. Lu Yanwei and his wife stood there, welcoming guests with a smile. You're back. As a relative, Lu Yanwei recognized him immediately even though Lu Qing was wearing black-rimmed glasses and a baseball cap that covered half of his face. He hesitated but didn't show it. Of course. Lu Qing chuckled and handed the red envelope to his cousin. He looked around and said, "Let's talk about it later. There are quite a lot of guests." He turned to look at Tang Ning and called out with a smile, "Hello, Tang Ning." "Hello, sister-in-law." Tang Ning was a pretty girl from a humble family. She looked a little strange with the heavy makeup on her wedding day. She and Lu Yanwei were online dating. They dated for a long time and spent some time together in real life before they got married. She responded to Lu Cheng's greeting with a smile. When he entered the banquet hall, she came back to her senses. She opened her eyes wide and approached Lu Yanwei. She whispered in his ear, "Your younger brother." "The famous younger brother?" "Yeah." Lu Yanwei smiled and nodded proudly. He squeezed the red envelope and found that it was so thin that he couldn't feel anything. He opened it curiously and saw only a piece of paper. He took it out and scanned it. It was a check. At this moment, he suddenly remembered the joke that Lu Cheng had made in the family group chat. "Then I'll close my eyes and press 0. It's fate to write more or less." It's true. Lu Yanwei was both amused and dumbfounded. Stepping into the banquet hall, Lu Cheng looked around and sensed his surroundings. In an instant, he found his parents. They were helping to greet some familiar guests, such as his ex-neighbor, Zhao Zijuan, who was already a director. "His daughter and my brother went on a blind date. Wouldn't it be awkward for her to come to his wedding?" Lu Qing complained in his heart. He leaned over and said in a low voice, "Dad, Mom, Uncle Zhao, Auntie Huang." Qi Fang glared at him. "Why didn't you come back last night? We have to hurry. All kinds of things happen when you're out there." Zhao Zijuan chimed in and responded to Lu Cheng's greeting in a slightly restrained manner. When he first approached Lu Jisheng and his wife, he thought that his son was acquainted with Director Xing and had a good relationship with him. Furthermore, his son had potential, background, and a bright future. Who would have thought that in just a few short years, he would have a bright future, let alone a Shushan prefecture-level city police chief? His status and identity no longer needed others to set him off. Thinking back, it was like a dream. "Yeah, I haven't seen Fatty Jiang and Jiang Fei in a long time." Lu Qing smiled. After a few words of greeting, Zhao Zijuan said goodbye and returned to his seat. After a few steps, he suddenly turned around and said with a smile, "Director Xing is here too." "Uncle Xing is here too. Where is he?" Lu Cheng was surprised. He didn't know his cousin. "In front." Zhao Zijuan looked at Lu Cheng's disguise. "Do you want me to call him?" "No need. I'll call him directly." Lu Cheng waved his phone. "Okay, then we'll wait for the wedding to start." Zhao Zijuan and Huang Kun returned to their seats reluctantly. Lu Cheng dialed the number and walked out of the banquet hall to a secluded lounge. After a few minutes, he heard Xing Chengwu's hearty laughter. "You just came back?" "Yeah, I just put my luggage down and came back. I didn't expect to see you here." Lu Cheng greeted him with a smile. Xing Chengwu laughed and said, "I'm familiar with your brother. He has been following Erzi for 2 years and is familiar with the land in Shushan. Some of the higher-ups didn't come because of their status, but they all sent gifts. TSK, he had made a name for himself. Even if he didn't follow Erzi, with such connections, he could do anything in Shushan as long as he didn't break the law. Lu Cheng was surprised and happy at the same time. He joked, "Uncle Xing, as the police chief, it's enough." Xing Qinggu replaced the retired director a month ago and officially took charge of the Shushan police system. "Are you making fun of your Uncle Xing?" Xing Qinggu stared at him deliberately. "I'm the director and most of the people give you face." "I didn't mention anything." Lu Cheng spread his hands and smiled. He asked, "I heard that Sister Jingjing took the initiative to practice and won't be back until Chinese New Year." As for where he heard it from, of course, it was his classmate Ko. She has the guidance of a physical invulnerability senior who specializes in illusion-type martial arts. She's making rapid progress. In 1 or 2 years, she might even reach the inhuman level and surpass me, her father. Xing Qingwu's face glowed with pride when he talked about his daughter's growth. "Like father, like daughter." Lu Qing joked. Xing Qingwu chatted happily for a while, then suddenly sighed and said, "She's good at everything now, but she's still not willing to come into contact with men. Sigh, as parents, we don't ask for much. What we want is for our children to have a companion by their side when they grow up after we pass away. They can talk to each other, and they won't be alone in the house. That's what it means when young couples grow old. Actually, being a bachelor isn't bad. It's more comfortable and relaxing." Lu Cheng's voice gradually became softer and less convincing. Xing Qingwu's eyes were clearly saying that a man with a girlfriend who was about to get married had no right to say such things. Xing Qingwu wiped his hair with his hand that was as thick as a bear's paw and said, "Sigh, you don't have to comfort me. Your aunt and I have thought about it. Jingjing hates men. We won't force her. Anyway, it's fine as long as she has a companion. We can also accept girls." Lu Cheng was speechless for a moment. After a long time, he gave a thumbs up and said, "Uncle Xing, you guys are so fashionable." After chatting for a while, Lu Cheng and Xing Qinggu returned to the banquet hall and sat down. Lu Cheng was worried that people would remember his disguise, so he decided to show his real face. After all, the people at the same table were his grandparents, aunts, and cousins. But even so, as soon as he sat down, he felt many gazes on him. Some were excited, some were curious, and some were pointing at him and discussing animatedly. "Brother Lu Cheng, I finally understand what it means to be a public figure." Qi Yunfei, who was studying in university, said with a smile. Since leaving Shushan and going to Gaofen, she had been dressing fashionably. Coupled with her cute and pretty face, she had many suitors. Just as Lu Cheng was about to answer, he suddenly saw a girl with big eyes, hunched over from the other side of the wedding platform. She took out her notebook and pen excitedly and nervously, saying, "Hello, Mr. Zhang. Lu Cheng, can I have your autograph?" "Okay." Lu Cheng casually took the pen and paper and scribbled his name on the paper. He wrote his name in a flamboyant style. At this time, he found that a few people were ready to move. He passed the pen and paper back and said to the girl with big eyes, "You told them not to come together, one by one, and not to ruin the wedding, right?" "Yes, yes." The girl nodded vigorously and then turned back. She lowered her voice and said to her companions, "He talked to me. He talked to me." "So, you've forgotten what I've told you?" Lu Cheng had excellent hearing and almost covered his face. After the commotion, it was finally quiet. Qi Yunfei looked at him with a smile and took out a thick notebook and pen from her bag. "Brother Lu Cheng, I almost forgot if they didn't ask for your autograph. Come, sign it, every page." "Are you rebelling?" Lu Cheng said with a smile. "Brother Lu Cheng, Sister Feifei wants to be a profiteer." Chen Xiaoxiao, who was still in high school and still had baby fat, exposed her sister's purpose. Feeling the gaze of her cousin, mother, grandfather, grandmother, and others, Chi Yunfei smiled embarrassedly. You don't know, Brother Lu Cheng's autograph is very valuable. It can be sold for so much. She stretched out 5 fingers and gestured. Lu Cheng was dumbfounded. He took the pen and paper and began to sign. I was thinking that since I'm officially working, I should give some New Year's money to my sisters and brothers who are still in school. Since you can earn it yourself, I'll give you a share. Chi Yunfei's smile froze and she asked blankly, Brother Lu Cheng, how much are you going to give? I'm not stingy, am I right, Xiao Xiao? Lu Cheng casually gave a number. After his grandfather Qi Jiayu and grandmother Kong Meizhen heard this, they said at the same time, how can you give so much? You have to spend your money wisely. It's a waste for them to give so much money. It's not much. Lu Cheng evaded the question. Chi Yunfei's lips moved a few times and she said with a sad face, Brother Lu Cheng, I don't want your autograph, I'm wrong. It's already been signed. Lu Cheng replied with a smile. Is this still my brother? She was sad and indignant. Lu Cheng laughed and said, only real brothers are like this. I hate you. Chi Yunfei pretended to be teary. While they were fooling around, the wedding officially began. Lu Cheng took out his phone and took pictures and recorded videos to send to his wife. When the bride's father sent her off, the host began to reminisce about the past. The bride couldn't help but cry. Lu Cheng's mouth twitched and he couldn't help but complain to his little fairy on QQ, weddings nowadays really have to be forcefully moved. It's a joyous occasion, but it always makes people sad. That's right, that's right. It's so awkward. We don't need a host in the future. Nodding like a chick pecking at rice. Then how do we proceed? Stunned expression, Lu Cheng asked back. You can partner with talker, you can also do a crosstalk, covering mouth and laughing expression, the girl said. Where's the dignity of a physical invulnerability expert? Covering face and sighing expression, Lu Cheng said. The rest of the wedding process went smoothly. For the next half a month, Lu Cheng stayed at home with his parents except for a few days in Ningxue. Of course, there were also some social activities. It was good to maintain a good relationship with his parents in his hometown. Chapter 689. As New Year's Eve approached, Lu Cheng boarded a flight to America. After a long and bumpy flight, he finally arrived in Connecticut. After passing the security check, he secretly heaved a sigh of relief and praised, "You have the bearing of a great nation." After the Talon incident, they actually didn't deny him a visa. They didn't even find an excuse to deny him entry when all the necessary procedures were in place. This is the demeanor of a great nation with confidence. Lu Cheng let go of his hidden worries and his mood lightened. He followed the crowd and walked forward. In the Office of Homeland Security in Orion Airport, the person in charge of Connecticut looked at the computer in front of him, which was constantly emitting alarms. He picked up his cup of coffee, took a sip, and pretended to be calm. That bunch of idiots. F***ck them. Why did they give this guy a visa? He cursed angrily after his tongue was scalded by the black coffee. Who should I send to monitor an expert in the terror grade who was specially marked with the words, calamity, and misfortune? Someone who's good at socializing and has outstanding eloquence. He'll definitely be discovered anyway. Why did I send Smith to the Intelligence Bureau? If he was still around, everyone would be relieved. The person in charge had a headache. After 2 minutes of thinking, he decided to consult his superior, the overall boss of the Connecticut area's intelligence, security, and investigation system, the arbiter of the local terror grade experts, the guardian of order, and the famous Odin of the New World, Mr. Gonzalez. Without a doubt, he was also a veteran terror grade expert. After the call went through, hearty laughter came from the other end. Little Charles, have you encountered a problem? Yes, Your Excellency Gonzalez. Lu Cheng from China is here again, the person in charge, Charles, answered simply. Gonzalez let out a long sigh. Too bad I'm on vacation. You know, I've accumulated a lot of vacations. I fully trust that you can handle this. Lu from China isn't an expert who ignores the law. It'll be easy to coordinate and communicate well. Yes, Your Excellency Gonzalez. Charles put down the phone and fell into a daze. I just had dinner with him the day before yesterday. I didn't hear him say he was going on vacation. Covering his face with his hands, he calmed down for a few seconds before picking up the phone again. He called in an agent, the one with the least experience and background. Entering the arrival hall, Lu Qing saw Ku at first glance. After that, they hugged, held hands, smiled, and chatted as usual. From time to time, they would exchange some mushy words. It was only when they got into Du Yan's car that they restrained themselves. After successfully arriving at Yan Zhika's residence in the North District of Connecticut, Lu Qing held her hand and excitedly walked to the front of the house. He opened the door by himself. At this time, Yan Zhika rolled her eyes and suddenly said, "Oh, I forgot to tell you something." "What?" Lu Qing heard the sound of the door unlocking and pushed the door open with a smile. "My parents said they haven't spent the new year with me for years, so they flew here yesterday to give me a surprise." Yan Zhika pursed her lips, feeling both helpless and amused. At the same time, the door opened. Empress Dowager Ji Mingyu, who was helping to clear the table, and Yan Kai, who was busy in the kitchen, came into view. Surprise! The corner of Lu Cheng's mouth twitched. He quickly put on a smile and shouted, "Auntie, Uncle. Lu, you're here. It's almost time for dinner. Go put your luggage down." Ji Mingyu smiled calmly. Yan Kai also turned his body, looked over, and nodded in greeting. At this time, Yan Zhika leaned over and whispered in his ear, "I've prepared a new room for you on the second floor." This. Lu Qing turned his head and looked at his wife. He smiled and said, "This is pretty good." A week passed quickly. Lu Qing boarded the flight to Wuyue province. Recalling the festive atmosphere and daily life of the past few days, he couldn't help but laugh and shake his head. Sometimes, sneaking around is also a form of pleasure, but I can only stay for a few days. It'll be over before I know it. The next time will be in October. In between, he could only rely on Ku to return home during spring break and summer break. He came in a hurry and left in a hurry. Holding his phone, Lu Qing looked out the window and watched the flight leave the ground. At this moment, other than Yan Zhika, who was reluctant to part, many of the big shots in Connecticut felt much more relaxed. Gonzalez ended his holiday immediately and bid farewell to the beach filled with sunshine and beauties. After staying with his master for a few days, Lu Qing returned home for the 15th. Putting away his lazy and idle feelings, he embarked on the journey of the new year energetically. On the day he returned to Huacheng, he didn't rest and went straight to the Longhu Club. With the help of the volcano laboratory, he tried out the new idea that came to him in the past month. As the boss, and with his little fairy's instructions, he gave his assistant, Alman, and driver, Xiao Zhenhua, a big red packet each. In local terms, it was called profit. After training and showering, Lu Qing dried his hair. He asked Alman to ask if Empress Luo was in the office. After getting an affirmative answer, he went straight and knocked on the door. "Sister Ning, Happy New Year." He pushed the door open and cupped his hands with a smile. Ning Zitong was dressed in bright red but didn't look gaudy at all. Instead, it made her seem a few years younger. "You don't have to be so formal. Didn't we just call to wish each other a Happy New Year?" Ning Zitong fiddled with her bracelet and leaned back with a smile. "Tell me, what do you want to ask?" "I'm considered proficient in the fire sect, but I can't fall behind in the ice sect. I wonder if the military has a place like the polar laboratory nearby. I can't possibly fly to Mosheng twice a week, right?" Lu Qing went straight to the point. "There is. It's about a 2-hour drive." Ning Zitong smiled. "You can look for your master for this. Why ask me? There's no need to trouble two people with the same problem." Lu Qing answered in a good mood after solving the problem. Ning Zitong pondered for a while and said, although the follow-up investigation on the Talon incident hasn't yielded any results yet, from the reaction of the Witch King, Ruoxin, to disappear without a trace, it's not a small matter. The military and America are preparing to work together to reconfirm the direction and expand the scope of the investigation. You've contributed quite a bit. After some discussion, we've decided to let you comprehend the Restriction Sect's Clear Jade chapter in advance. Wouldn't that make it seem too official? Lu Qing wasn't mentally prepared at all. He blurted out in surprise. Just by looking at it now, I don't think my merits are enough, right? You can't just look at yourself. Ning Zitong laughed. Actually, this is to compensate your master. Back then, he refused to become a real member of the military or join the Longhu Club. That's why he couldn't practice the Restriction Sect divine arts. If we're just going by merits, he's more than enough to satisfy you 800 times. Since he's a stubborn master, I'll let his disciple take advantage of him. Lu Cheng was stunned for a few seconds. Half surprised and half confused, he said, judging from my master's appearance, he seems to be very interested in the Restriction Sect divine arts. He can actually resist the temptation. And from what he said to me, he doesn't seem to have any old-fashioned sect ideology. Master doesn't seem very reliable usually. Who would have thought that he's the kind of elder who knows what to do and what not to do? Ah. Geezer Sure, who was far away in Moshang, sneezed and muttered, who's scolding me? Ning Zitong heard Lu Cheng's words and shook her head with a smile. That was before he was seriously injured. After his injury, he's gotten over many things. Besides, in the words of you youngsters, he's just a mouth cannon. Lu Cheng didn't know how to respond to his master's teasing, so he could only reply with a smile. All right, get ready. You'll go to the capital in 2 days to comprehend, Ning Zitong explained with a smile. The item isn't with us. Elder Mei is looking after it. At this point, she sighed and said, I hope you can gain something. We might not be counting on the Dragon King for the opening match of this year's professional tournament. Is the Dragon King injured? Lu Qing guessed. During the Spring Festival, the Dragon King had accepted the Warrior Sage's challenge for the Grandmaster title. After 3 tough battles, he had lost. At that time, Lu Qing had thought that he might have fought too hard and gotten injured. A little, but it's not serious. But it's going to be the finals of the Supreme Class battle soon. Given the Dragon King's ambition, he definitely won't give up. When the time comes, his injuries will most likely worsen. Seriously, the finals of the Grandmaster and Supreme Class battle are arranged too close together. Ning Zitong grumbled. Yeah. Lu Qing nodded slowly. Then, he asked, Sister Ning, are the matchups for the professional tournament out yet? Who are we up against? It's out, but it hasn't been announced yet. Ning Zitong rubbed her forehead and said, in 2 weeks, as the defending champion of the world #1, we will accept the challenge from the Guanwai League on our home ground. God-slaying saber Lu Yongyuan. That was the first name that came to Lu Cheng's mind when he heard the Guanwai League. Without the Dragon King, the club would probably be at a disadvantage. Seeing that Lu Cheng was silent, Ning Zitong chuckled. Don't be too nervous. Lu Yongyuan is from the same generation as me. I don't think I'll lose to him. As for the others, do you know? They have a new physical invulnerability expert. Who is it? I haven't heard of anyone advancing recently. Lu Cheng was confused. Not from China. She's from Japan. You know her, Kaori Karasawa, Ning Zitong said with a smile. You can invite a foreign mighty one? Lu Cheng asked in surprise. I met her in Huaqing because of this. I thought she was going to fulfill her promise and challenge the priest. I even reminded that unreliable guy not to miss out on the peach blossom just because he was in a daze. There's no rule against it. It's just that as a special guest, Kaori Karasawa can't practice the martial arts of the Guanwai League. She can only fight with money. Yeah, I heard that her idea is to improve more through actual combat, explained Ning Zitong. Then, She smiled sweetly and continued, "This news has stirred up the media. There will be reports in a few days. I already know quite a few headlines, such as Japan's strongest genius admires Chinese culture and beaten into submission, here to learn. I can imagine the reaction from Japan. Kaori Karasawa must be under a lot of pressure." Lu Cheng's doubts were gone. Leaning back, he smiled and said, "It's not bad to have a rematch with her." Chapter 690. 2 days later, in the still chilly capital. When Lu Cheng stepped into the courtyard house again, Elder Mei was tending to the flowers and plants leisurely and contented. He had changed into a black short robe, looking neither ancient nor modern. His silver hair was much thinner, and the loneliness in his eyes was more apparent. "Greetings, Elder Mei." Lu Cheng bowed respectfully. Old Mei raised his head. His eyebrows, which were about to pop out of his face, twitched twice. "The second room on the left." "Thank you, Elder." Lu Cheng didn't waste time. He strode towards the left side of the courtyard. Elder Mei lowered his head and focused on the flowers again, as though nothing else mattered to him. Lu Cheng stepped onto the stairs and stopped in front of his destination. He stared at the windowless room for a few seconds before pushing open the door with a mottled bronze lock. The door creaked for a long time, and the scene inside slowly appeared before his eyes. The floor was paved with green bricks, and there was nothing on it. The spacious and cold feeling was obvious. It was as though even in summer, this place would still feel like late autumn. Lu Cheng didn't look around. Instead, his gaze was attracted by a painting hanging on the opposite wall. It was dark all around, unaffected by external light. He could only vaguely make out a Taoist in the middle of the painting. It was a Taoist who bore some resemblance to the heavenly primogenitor statue in the Taoist temple. Even with Lu Cheng's current realm and strength, he couldn't see it clearly. Instinctively, he took a few steps forward into the room and got closer. Light gathered in his eyes, as though a huge sun had taken shape. It shone in front of him, trying to pierce through the darkness. At this moment, his vision blurred. The surrounding was covered in boundless darkness. In the distance, bright spots, pure white and dazzling, moved slowly along a mysterious path. The universe of stars. Why did it appear naturally? Just as this thought flashed through Lu Cheng's mind, he suddenly saw a jade-white palm pressing down on him. Its 5 fingers clenched, and the center of its palm was dark and deep. The starry sky and the universe became smaller and smaller, more and more solidified. Crack! The stars were destroyed one by one, and the darkness rapidly shrank to a single point. Shortly after, it spurted out and split into pieces. Thump thump thump. Lu Cheng took a few steps back until he was outside the room. Blood seeped out of his eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. He was clearly dispirited, and his head was unusually painful. In just a few breaths' time, he felt like he had fought a tough battle with the Dragon King and the Warrior Sage. This is the Forbidden Sect's Clear Jade chapter. What kind of realm did the senior who created this divine technique reach? Is it something that can only be encountered but not sought? Amidst his thoughts, Lu Cheng sat down cross-legged and regulated his breathing. Then, he visualized the wholeness and confrontation formula in an orderly manner before entering a deep sleep. An hour later, he opened his eyes. His spirit had recovered. Exerting strength in his back, he stood up and stepped into the room again. He looked at the picture scroll shrouded in darkness. The scene was the same as before, but it lasted a few seconds longer than before. 2 times, 3 times. When he endured the pain from his deep sleep and wanted to continue comprehending, he saw old Mei, who was wearing a short black robe, standing at the door. Go back, ponder and comprehend more. Before stepping into the forbidden domain, every martial artist will see different scenes due to their own foundation and knowledge. Even the same martial artist will have slight differences in their comprehension after a period of time. Old Mei said calmly, as long as you complete a mission every year, you can come here to comprehend once. Hee hee, don't bite off more than you can chew. Digest what you've learned before. Yes, Senior Mei. Lu Qing suppressed the melancholy in his heart. He turned and walked towards the door of the courtyard. Just as he was about to leave, he suddenly turned back and asked, Senior Mei, can I share my comprehension of the forbidden sex divine techniques with others? If the other martial artists don't mind. Old Mei smiled faintly. A few days later, the finals of the Supreme Class battle began. The defending champion, Warrior Sage, Qian Donglu, the challenger, Dragon King, Qin Qitao, the clown, Gu Jianqi, and the Wisdom King, Zhi Hai. It was a single round-robin competition. If the three of them had the same results and formed a closed loop, there would be additional matches. Lu Cheng and Empress Luo's worries came true in the first match. Due to the drawing of lots, the Dragon King faced the Warrior Sage head-on. This time, he won, but he was heavily injured. After that, the Wisdom King, Zhi Hai, took advantage of the internecine battle between the legendary twins. He won all 3 matches and became the Supreme Class Mighty One of this year, obtaining his second individual title. He was far ahead of his peers like Lu Cheng, Peng Liyun, and Ren Li. Not long after the Supreme Class battle ended, the flames of war reignited in the top professional matches. A new season was about to begin. The previous world number 1, Longhu Club, was in charge of this. They would be stationed at Emmy Crimson in Huaqing to welcome the challenge from the Guanwai League. On Friday afternoon, the sky was gloomy and the humidity was heavy. A luxurious minibus drove out of the airport towards Guyue Hotel. On the bus sat the physical invulnerability experts of the Guanwai League and their assistants. Kaori Karasawa wasn't wearing her kimono anymore. Instead, she had changed into the Guanwai League's away martial arts uniform with a white base and red embellishments. The fukujimaru was hidden in its scabbard across her knees. From the corner of her eye, she observed Lu Yongyuan, who was sitting by the window opposite her. His hair was neatly combed back, and he was calmly admiring the scenery outside. The world-renowned god-slaying saber was standing calmly beside him, leaning against the seat. Its dark green scabbard shone faintly. Kaori Karasawa didn't retract her gaze. Instead, she adjusted her sitting posture as though she was imitating him. Just like when she first entered the Shinjai sect and was accepted as a disciple by her master. In those few years, she, who was still very short, had always imitated her master's every move, be it in terms of martial arts or daily habits. Through this, she cultivated her bearing and adjusted her mind. Only when she had mastered kendo did she slowly develop her own style. Master once said that every mighty one starts by imitating their seniors. Now, I'll treat it as me starting anew. I'll start by imitating Senior Lu. He was a grandmaster of saber techniques, and had certain similarities with Japanese kendo. Her master had once visited him in his prime and sparred with him in kendo. He was sincerely convinced by Lu Yongyuan and believed that the current him was even better than before. It was because of this relationship that she was able to bypass the obstacles and enter the Guanwai League. A mighty one of saber techniques, who could make her master revere him every time he mentioned him, was indeed someone worth imitating. Kaori Karasawa felt that she had once again found the passion she had when she first started practicing kendo. The biggest obstacle now is language. At this moment, the sky darkened even more. The pitter-patter of rain suddenly fell, blurring the car windows. Spring rain. Kaori Karasawa thought in a daze. Suddenly, she heard Lu Yongyuan mumbling to himself in a low voice, "It's raining." Outside the window, the rain was getting heavier. The dark green scabbard beside Lu Yongyuan let out a continuous and long groan. It was as though the dullness had disappeared and was replaced by joy. It was as though a real dragon had finally broken free from its shackles and was soaring in the sky, summoning clouds and rain. Clang! The hum of the saber reverberated. Kaori Karasawa seemed to have been touched by something, but couldn't think clearly. It's raining. Ning Zitong sighed as she looked out of the window in the Longhu Club conference room. It's not like you haven't seen rain before, Coach Yen replied impatiently. He then looked at Lu Cheng and Guojie. let's continue talking about the Guanwai League. Okay. Having lived in Huaqing for so long, Lu Cheng was used to rain, even if it was the first rain of spring. Guojie didn't even look sideways. Her eyes were glued to the projection screen, even if the chances of her fighting were slim. As for the Dragon King, he was receiving comprehensive treatment in the hospital and would only be able to fight again in another 10 days. Lu Yen nodded and said bluntly, the Guanwai League isn't strong. Other than Lu Yongyuan, there are quite a few physical invulnerability experts, but none of them can reach first pin. Lu Yongyuan is the last to speak. Since he created his own saber technique, his strength has been increasing day by day. Now that he's qualified to fight for a title, we have to take him seriously. Other than him, the Guanwai League has 2 second pin experts, 1 third pin, and a new member, Kaori Karasawa, who hasn't reported to the association yet. The 2 second pin experts are Golden Fur Ho, Li Pingao, and Mirage Dragon, Zhu Xiaoyun. At the mention of Golden Fur Ho, Ning Zitong glanced at Lu Cheng and burst out laughing, ruining the solemn atmosphere that Lu Yen had deliberately created. Actually, I feel that nicknames like God of Misfortune and God of Calamity are much better than Ho Lai Lai Lai, she said. I wanted to change my nickname too, but no one listened. Lu Cheng said helplessly. That Mirage Dragon, Zhu Xiaoyun, was famous for her illusions. She should be the physical invulnerability expert currently teaching Sister Jingjing. Thump, thump, thump. Lu Yen knocked on the table a few times and continued, the Guanwai League had high hopes for Li Pingao, believing that he would reach first pin very quickly. After a few years of accumulation, he might even have the chance to fight for a title. However, his growth wasn't as expected. Some said that shortly after his promotion, he encountered the Dragon King and lost his confidence. Some said that his father, whom he had always depended on, passed away the year he reached physical invulnerability. This left him devastated. Chapter 691. Lu Cheng had never expressed his opinion on people he didn't know well enough. He listened quietly as Coach Lu Yen continued. Li Pingao has the supernatural ability to metallize his body. Guanwai League also has a similar physical invulnerability martial arts. Hence, he chose this path instead of the dark sect. His speed, strength, agility, endurance, and recovery are all outstanding. His style is bold and aggressive. The nickname Golden Ho isn't just for show. Why do I feel like you're scolding me? Lu Cheng covered half of his face. Ever since he reached physical invulnerability, Li Pingao has disappointed the older generation of Guanwai League experts time and time again. He's become quieter and quieter, Ning Zitong added. This reminds me of a saying, if you don't explode in silence, you die in silence. You can't underestimate him. At this point, she sighed. When the top professional competition was first established, Guanwai League was one of the top 3 powers. Every physical invulnerability expert of the older generation was a force to be reckoned with. It's a pity that after a few decades, the old are old, the young are young, and the useless are useless. Other than Lu Yongyuan, they don't have anyone else. They're always at the bottom of the rankings and might be demoted if they're not careful. To the top powers, even a physical invulnerability expert like Li Pingao is considered useless. Indeed, it's all about comparison. Lu Cheng was speechless. He was glad that he had a clear goal and a firm path. Lu Yen looked at Ning Zitong, who interrupted him. He coughed and said, Guanwai League's other second pin fighter, Zhu Xiaoyun, is gifted with the power of illusion. She once defeated an inhuman with her powerful supernatural ability when she was at the 6th pin stage. However, it took her a full 5 years to master it and incorporate the outstanding bloodline ability into her martial arts. She barely made the great leap at the age of 28 and reached physical invulnerability. She has great potential. She's not even 30 this year and is already a second pin. However, it'll be difficult for her to reach the next level. The unique skills of the illusion sect have been missing for a long time. Guanwai League only has a small portion of it. Although the dark sect has similar content, it's only one aspect. Zhu Xiaoyun will either be stuck at her current level or like Lu Yongyuan, she'll be able to integrate all her knowledge, bloodline power, and insights to find her own path and create her own martial arts. If that's the case, her future will be limitless and she's qualified to fight for titles. After introducing Zhu Xiaoyun's general situation, Lu Yan didn't even have the time to catch his breath. I think she's Lu Yongyuan is. She sees Lu Yongyuan. And Lu Yongyuan. I think. She. Hearing Ning Zitong mention Zhu Xiaoyun's hobbies, Lu Yan's face darkened. He looked at Lu Cheng and said in a deep voice, her illusions have already reached the level of passing off falsehood as reality, which is a perfect counter to enemy heart-freezing move. However, you still have the ability to predict danger. If you encounter her, your chances of winning are very high. Yeah. Lu Cheng nodded solemnly, but in his heart, he was wondering with great interest what kind of dark history Zhu Xiaoyun had in her hands. Seeing Lu Cheng's good attitude, Lu Yan nodded in satisfaction. The two of them, together with Lu Yongyuan, were the main force of Guanwai League last year. Third Pin Zhengshi duo was the substitute. If two or more of them were injured, the older generation mighty ones would step in. Otherwise, they would pick one of the disciples close to the physical invulnerability stage to experience actual combat. However, they've added Kaori Karasawa from Japan this year. I don't think there will be such a situation. Zheng Shiduo, 29 years old. He's been a physical invulnerability expert for more than 2 years. He's 1.96 meters tall, but he's still growing. He specializes in the unique skills of the dark sect and often acts impulsively. If nothing goes wrong, he'll be the substitute tomorrow. Kaori Karasawa has just made the great leap a few months ago. There's no record of her fighting at this stage. Her exact strength and standard are unknown. She might be a surprise fighter. After analyzing them one by one, Lu Yan's expression turned solemn. Empress Luo's style gives her an obvious advantage against weaker opponents. We can't let her face Lu Yongyuan directly. Lu Cheng, you'll be the first to fight. Regardless of whether it's Li Pingao, Zhu Xiaoyun, or Kaori Karasawa, you have to win. This is a small request. You can do it, right? Then, try your best to exhaust the second martial artist. If Lu Yongyuan is the vanguard, things will be much simpler. Guojia, you'll be the second to fight. Before Lu Yan could finish, martial arts fanatic Guojia blurted out, me? Shouldn't the opening battle be a safe one? As the coach of a first pin expert, our chances of winning will be higher if you fight. Not confident. You don't want to fight? Lu Yan didn't answer her question. Instead, he asked her a question with a serious expression. Yes. Guojia did not hesitate and answered resolutely. Her face was filled with excitement. Great. No matter who you're up against, you'll be a battle-hardened fighter. You only have one goal, victory. Lu Yan turned to Ning Zitong. After Guojia exhausts the third martial artist of the Guanwai League, you'll finish the rest. At that time, it shouldn't be a problem for Lu Yongyuan or anyone else. Ning Zitong replied with a calm smile. She continued to talk about the most likely arrangement of the Guanwai League. After Lu Cheng and Guojia left, she frowned and looked at Lu Yan. Why did you suddenly let her fight? She's at the standard of a second pin. She's no longer a fledgling, said Lu Yan. It's time to give her some pressure. What pressure can there be if you only let her fight in a match that she's sure to win or in an individual arena that concerns herself? Only in such an important situation where she might lose can you truly baptize her. Or are you willing to let her learn from the Dragon King and risk her life in a war-torn zone as a physical invulnerability expert? We're not young anymore. We have to focus on the future and give them a chance to step up. Ning Zitong listened in silence. After a long while, she puffed her cheeks like a little girl and sighed. You'll always be more rational than me. The next morning, the blue sky was clear and tranquil. The spring breeze brought some warmth that made one feel exceptionally comfortable. Lu Yongyuan practiced the most basic moves like splitting, slicing, parrying, chopping, and vibrating dozens of times. He was as focused and devoted as when he first started learning the saber. If a mighty one were to pass by, they would be shocked to find that the most basic moves were flawless in Lu Yongyuan's hands. They could even be called perfect. Moreover, every time the same move was performed, there wasn't the slightest difference. Be it the angle or the traces, it was as though he had copied them. When Lu Yongyuan displayed his saber moves, the layers of light expanded like a rolling snowball, giving off a different vibe. It was the same move, the same scene, and the same saber strike, but there were subtle differences. It was as though the moves were changing according to the time and circumstances, but they were never repeated. Without permission, Kaori Karasawa didn't dare to observe the tempering of the god-slaying saber. However, when she practiced her swordsmanship, she felt that there was a hidden charm around her that was long and profound. As there was a competition today, the physical invulnerability experts of the Guanwei League didn't train for too long. They were mainly adjusting and resting. After lunch, they boarded a luxurious minibus and headed to the outskirts of Mtchixia. Along the way, Lu Yongyuan closed his eyes and leaned back as though he was taking a nap. When they were about to arrive, he suddenly opened his eyes and said to Kaori Karasawa, "You have a solid foundation and have mastered the swordsmanship of the Shinjai sect. Moreover, outsiders don't know about it. This is the perfect opportunity to give Longhu a surprise." After the translator conveyed the message, Kaori Karasawa's eyes widened. "Senior, you want me to fight?" At this moment, Li Pingao, Zhu Xiaoyun, and Zheng Shiduo all looked over. "Yes, catch them by surprise," Lu Yongyuan replied calmly. "You will start the game." Okay. Kaori Karasawa was stunned for a moment before replying with vigor. Lu Yongyuan didn't say anything else. He looked ahead and said, "I'll be the second. I'll bridge the gap and break through the obstacles. If I can meet Empress Luo in my peak condition, it'll be good. If I can't, she won't be able to hold on. Xiaoyun, use your illusions to deal with her. You will have a chance." "Yes." Zhu Xiaoyun's voice was deep and masculine. She was of average height, with wheat-colored skin. Her facial features were elegant, and her eyes were beautiful. Zheng Shiduo didn't have any objections to this arrangement. Li Pingao, whose skin had a slight metallic luster, was even more silent. The car circled around the mountain road and finally arrived at the parking lot. Following the passageway, Kaori Karasawa and the rest felt the dry and scorching air. They saw the crimson arena in the middle of the road that was protruding from the depressions. Longhu Club, Fiery Hell. The audience was gradually arriving and entering the glass rooms and corridors at the edge. This is the battle between the top forces of China. Kaori Karasawa took a deep breath and smelled the burning smell. Her grip on the fugu ball tightened subconsciously. Chapter 692. On the other side of Fiery Hell, far away from the scorching heat of the home team's changing room, Guojia, the martial arts fanatic, sat cross-legged with her palms facing the sky. She maintained a steady rhythm of breathing, long and distant. She didn't care about anything outside of her body. "She's a little nervous." Ning Zitong sighed and sent a message to Lu Yen. Lu Yen kept a straight face as he nodded his head ever so slightly and said, "That's a normal reaction." As he spoke, he couldn't help but look at Lu Cheng, who was typing on his phone. As expected of a guy with a few physical invulnerability experts under his belt. "He's so calm and collected like us old foxes," Lu Cheng ignored the coach's gaze and sent a message to his wife with a smile. "What should I do? The little newbie of the top class is trembling." It was the weekend, and Yenjika, who had mastered the wholeness formula, decided to indulge herself and stay up late to watch the opening match. "That's not what you said when you challenged the warrior sage." Looking up at the sky expression, mercilessly exposed his pretense. Lu Cheng replied, covering face expression. "I was too excited back then, what about now?" Rolling eyes expression, Yenjika replied. "I'm considering many things now." For example, if I were to meet Lu Yongyuan in the opening match, what would I be able to do this time? For example, if Fiery Hell weakened my Ice Sect secret arts, it wouldn't be a home ground advantage. Lu Qing replied seriously. For example, how to flirt with my little fairy. Pfft. You're quite carefree. You've even learned how to tease me. Bristling with anger expression, Yanjika burst out laughing. Lu Qing chuckled. This is one of the effective ways to control nervousness. And after so many life and death battles, he was quite confident. After chatting for a while, Yanjika changed the topic. Your fan forum has been super lively these few days, why? Lu Qing was puzzled. Because he was going to be the main player in the Longhu Club's New Year? During this period of time, other than chatting with his wife and occasionally calling home, he was in a semi-secluded state. He was racing against time to digest what he had learned from the restriction sect. Clear Jade Chapter. He hadn't been on Weibo or forums for more than a week. Yanjika sent a cat emoji that was observing in the dark. Isn't little Wonton studying in Huacheng? She bought tickets to today's competition and wants to cheer for you on the spot. Xiaoling, Brahman, Niechichi, and Unparalleled Dragon King have all asked her to cheer for you. Lu Qing suddenly realized something. I forgot that little Wonton is studying here, Yanjika praised him in her heart. Cover your mouth and laugh expression, do you want to design a special celebration for them? As a mighty one with physical invulnerability, keeping a low profile and paying attention to your image is the way to go, replied Lu Qing jokingly. I don't want to talk to you anymore. Uncle Cheng. Yanjika replied with an emoji of indifference. Lu Qing took the opportunity to tease him. Lu Yan couldn't take it anymore. He walked over and said after some deliberation, don't worry. It's going to start in about 10 minutes. You're the first one, so it's best to adjust your condition. I planned to do it when there were only 10 minutes left. Lu Qing gave a hollow laugh and said, all right. After answering, he immediately lowered his head and complained tearfully to his wife. I was despised by the coach. I have to focus on preparing for the competition. Ha, I'll seriously despise you for 5 minutes too, replied Yanjika without any sympathy. Keeping his phone, Lu Qing stood up leisurely. First, he moved his neck left and right. Then, he slowly executed a set of moves. His movements were relaxed and his rhythm was sluggish, like an old man doing morning exercises. However, each of his punches and kicks were full of charm, giving people a continuous and natural feeling of transcendence. After completing a set of moves, Lu Qing's thoughts settled and his ice heart formed. The qi and blood in his body were like a melting river, flowing gradually and converging into a flood. This kid is a little different after comprehending the Clear Jade chapter. Ning Zitong watched thoughtfully. She sent a telepathic message to Lu Yan and sighed. Lu Yan replied without a change in his expression, wasn't it the same when we comprehended it back then? At this moment, the cheers outside grew louder. The curtains of the new top-class professional competition were about to be lifted. After a while, Lu Yan looked at Guojia, who had opened her eyes, and Lu Qing, who had finished adjusting his condition. With his hands behind his back, he walked out of the changing room. Let's go. Unlike usual, this was the opening match. There was a short ceremony between the two fighters. Lu Qing flicked his navy blue martial arts suit and followed behind Lu Yan to the arena. The ground beneath his feet was erupting with fire. The cheers of Longhu shook the mountain. Looking around, he saw the petite little Wonton. Wearing a pair of orange-rimmed glasses, she was still in the prime of her youth. When she saw Lu Qing coming, she waved her hands excitedly, completely forgetting the advice of her channel mates. When Lu Qing nodded and looked away, little Wonton finally remembered the main point. She quickly took out a short navy blue banner from her backpack. Pulling it apart with both hands, she raised it above her head. There was no name on it, only a few big words. We'll be here if you're here. Glancing at it from the corner of his eye, Lu Qing suddenly remembered the support from last year. When he was at his lowest point, they still stood by him. His heart was instantly filled with warmth. In front of the computer screen, Yan Xiaoling covered her face and sighed. She replied in the live thread. We shouldn't have let little Wonton do this. She's too short and not eye-catching enough. Half of it is blocked. Unparalleled Dragon King immediately replied with a funny face. No matter how short she is, she's still a few centimeters taller than you. Who gave you the confidence to say that? Inner height. Yan Xiaoling habitually made fun of herself. After the simple ceremony, Lu Yan, Lu Yongyuan, and the rest retreated to their respective changing rooms, leaving only Lu Cheng and Kaori Karasawa in the middle of the arena. Please enlighten me, Lu Kuan. Kaori Karasawa bowed politely. She was very unfamiliar with Hua Nation. After knowing that her opponent was Lu Cheng, she asked the translator to give her the pronunciation of these 5 words. Then, she memorized them and repeated them mechanically. Lu Cheng cupped his hands and replied with a smile, I've been looking forward to a rematch with you. Kaori Karasawa didn't understand. Her eyes widened in confusion. Both parties pulled apart and retreated to their designated spots. At this moment, on Japan's largest otaku forum, there were many discussion threads. There were many replies, and it was even more popular than other news. Kaori-chan looks cute in this. Why did she abandon us and go to China? For Kendo. Kaori-chan is the most charming when she's serious. Who's her opponent? He looks familiar. I remember now. He lost to Kaori-chan in the previous King of Youth Pro League. He has also entered the realm of gods and devils. Unbelievable. Apart from the true martial arts fanatics, most Japanese only knew about the mighty ones in their own country. They weren't interested or free to know who had reached the physical invulnerability stage in another country. This was the norm in all countries. In the eyes of those who paid attention to this matter, every physical invulnerability mighty one was famous. However, if you were to ask an ordinary person from another country, they would only reply with a puzzled expression, who is he? Seeing that most people didn't know much about Lu Cheng, an enthusiast stepped forward to explain. Don't underestimate him. Back then, he overtook the champion of the King of Youth Pro League by half a step. He was weak before because he started training late and didn't have the time to become stronger. This is a true mighty one, from the heart to the body. If Kaori-chan doesn't improve beyond expectations, the chances of her losing this match are higher. After reading the explanation, many people replied, he doesn't look like one. Idiot. It's because of the TV broadcast. It can't show that kind of temperament. I want Kaori-chan to win, but I also want to see her teary face. What a contradiction. Pervert. The atmosphere of the forum quickly turned cheerful. Even with the reminder, they still lacked a direct understanding of Lu Cheng's strength. For the two with communication barriers, the 3-minute conversation turned into a pure battle of aura. Kaori Karasawa was calm as she stood amidst the gushing flames. It was as though she was in an ancient meditation hall in the depths of the Hinzai-ryu dojo. The floor beneath her feet was smooth and old, the trees outside the window were overgrown, and the moonlight was cold. There was no one around except for the Buddha statue. The solemn Buddha statue stood tall, overlooking the tranquility of the mortal world. She sat cross-legged and looked at it with her eyes closed. Her body and mind were empty. Without any obstacles or barriers, everything around her jumped into Kaori Karasawa's mind. An indescribable and invisible feeling surfaced. Eye of the mind. This was one of the fundamentals of the Shinzei-ryu Kendo. It was similar to the combination of enemy heart freezing move and prediction ability. However, both aspects were lacking. Kaori Karasawa saw the magma waiting to erupt underground, saw Lu Cheng, and saw a crystal-clear soul that was like a mirror on all sides. She saw her own reflection in the mirror. Every detail was exposed and exceptionally clear. Her mind jolted and she almost left the eye of the mind state. Calming herself down, Kaori Karasawa maintained her state. She calmly opened her eyes and made eye contact with Lu Cheng. Her back arched naturally and her right hand gripped the hilt of her fukajemaru. She was like a divine weapon with a hidden edge, waiting for the day when she would shine brightly. After some time, the referee, who had retreated to the edge, raised his right hand and shouted, "Begin." The curtains of the new top-tier professional tournament had officially begun. Kaori Karasawa suddenly stepped forward. Her body rippled like water and appeared before Lu Cheng in a flash. Clang! A bright white light shone, so fast that no one could see its trajectory. Ground shrink. Unsheath. To Kaori Karasawa, the combination of these two ultimate moves was as easy as breathing or eating. She was fast, and so was Lu Cheng. As Kaori Karasawa ground shrink, Lu Cheng stepped forward and closed the distance between them. His right fist hammered down heavily, hitting the side of the katana to stop its edge from slicing through the air. If not for Kaori Karasawa's shocking speed of ground shrink, he could have pressed down on her palm and pushed the katana back into its scabbard. Kaori Karasawa didn't panic. Instead, it was as if she had returned to the meditation hall and saw the Buddha statue. Clang! The empty scabbard in her left hand pierced out towards Lu Cheng's lower abdomen. It was comparable to unsheath. This was a sure kill move. Shinzai Ryu takedown, double dragon takedown. Chapter 693. Kaori Karasawa held her scabbard in a reverse grip, infusing her chi into it and retracting her wrist. Dragging a trail of dazzling light behind her, she struck her enemy in a half-stabbing, half-head-on fashion. Before the advent of the information age, countless warriors and swordsmen had lost their lives to the double dragon takedown of the Shinjai sect. But now, as long as it wasn't a hasty encounter and one was mentally prepared, the opponent would more or less be prepared for such changes. As expected, Lu Cheng retracted his left arm and punched across his chest. His fist landed awkwardly on the scabbard with purple flames. Bam! Bam! 2 consecutive bangs and dazzling light scattered. Both of Kaori Karasawa's attacks were firmly blocked. However, her heart was as calm as an ancient well. She didn't show the slightest sign of depression, as though she had already expected this. Clang! She bent her right elbow and swung it away. Her long saber slashed out at lightning speed. Its sharpness was bone-piercing. Wherever it passed, droplets of water formed in the air and vaguely formed clouds. This was the Flying Bird takedown, a weakened version of the Shinjai sect's Flying Dragon takedown. But when used by the current Kaori Karasawa, its speed was almost on par with the Flying Dragon takedown Lu Cheng had used when they first met. Boom! Lu Cheng straightened his arm and punched upwards with his heavy fist. It landed on the saber and covered it in a layer of crimson red. That was then, and this was now. The current Lu Cheng was even more different from the past. Boom! Kaori Karasawa's scabbard followed closely behind. Her swallow return was tight and swift. It presented a ferocious momentum that was a stark contrast to her quiet, pretty image. Kaboom! 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 Kaori Karasawa's chi pierced through the rainbow. Her blowfish ball and scabbard alternated swallow return, unleashing wave after wave of slashes. Yan Shaoling and the rest in front of the screen subconsciously held their breaths as their hearts raced. 3 swallow return, 4 swallow return, 5 swallow return. Kaori Karasawa had exceeded her previous limits effortlessly. The gleam of her blade overlapped with each other, and it was hard to distinguish the two from the afterimages. The ball of light grew bigger and bigger. Lu Cheng raised both of his arms. His fists were covered in purple flames. Like a machine with precise settings, he blocked continuously without missing a beat. He also borrowed the core technique of the ancestor of physical invulnerability of the 24 blizzard strikes. The more he blocked, the faster he moved. The more he hit, the fiercer he became. The temperature around him rose rapidly. Back then, he had been defeated by 4 return of swallows. Now, even 5 return of swallows, 6 return of swallows, and 7 return of swallows could not shake him in the slightest. Rumble. 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 Tang Zai's saber light continued to flow, and the swallow return seemed to be endless until his opponent collapsed. 7 return swallows, 8 return swallows, 9 return swallows. Kaori Karasawa's 10th slash suddenly changed direction, her scabbard slashing vertically towards the space between her and Lu Cheng. Bang! The airflow spread out instantly, forming a vacuum in the area. With the help of the pressure created by the imbalance, everything in the surroundings was thrown into the vacuum. Lu Cheng also started to lean forward. Shinjai sect, vacuum extraction. Snap! Kaori Karasawa's right hand paused for a moment, followed by an almost inaudible compressing sound. Vacuum extraction, followed by flying dragon extraction, was the sure-kill combo of the Shinjai sect. A ray of white light suddenly appeared, streaking across the horizon, leaving behind a cone-shaped cloud behind it. With an unavoidable speed, it slashed at Lu Cheng's body. Lu Cheng's silhouette was instantly distorted, shattering like a mirage. Kaori Karasawa's gaze froze. He had already dodged when vacuum extraction took effect, leaving behind only an illusion. How did he fool my mind-eye? Rumble. It was only then that the sound of the saber light slicing through the air could be heard. The sonic boom created huge waves that slammed ferociously in a direction other than the attacker. As the drone's camera shook violently, the faint purple flames were like a wall, sticking close to the ground and burning towards Kaori Karasawa. Kaori Karasawa suddenly realized that the temperature around her was extremely high. Everything around her was distorted, like a mirage. Just breathing would burn her airway and cause injuries. A thought flashed through her mind, and she instantly understood why she was fooled. Unknowingly, Lu Cheng had already used his home ground environment to complete the setup of the 8th move of the fire sect, Mirage, Suffocating Hell. Through the dual influence of reality and mind, he prevented himself from seeing through the illusion. With a sidestep, Kaori Karasawa shrank and dodged to the side, avoiding the burning of the faint purple flames. Just as she steadied herself, the hot air around her changed shape, outlining a navy blue silhouette. Lu Cheng pulled back his shoulder, and his fist shot forward, rubbing against the air at high speed. It ignited the faint purple flames and landed heavily on his opponent's right shoulder. Kaori Karasawa didn't panic. The scabbard in her left hand shot out diagonally, swallowing the katana. She then let go of her right hand, allowing the hilt to take advantage of the momentum to crash into Lu Cheng's left fist. Clang! The tachi retracted back into the scabbard, perfectly fitting. Lu Cheng's fist exploded with flames and bounced off. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Kaori Karasawa twisted her back, her right hand once again gripping the hilt of her katana. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. She unsheathed her katana, changed her footwork, and slashed a few times at high speed. 8 bright and clear rays of light slashed at Lu Cheng from left, right, front, and back. It was like a giant snake with 8 heads attacking, biting, and frenzied. Shinjai sect's profound move, Chaos of Yamada. At this moment, Lu Cheng seemed to be in the middle of a blooming lotus of light, with layers of petals rapidly closing in. Kaori Karasawa's attack wasn't over yet. After executing Chaos of Yamada, she jumped up, locked the hilt of her scabbard, held her katana with both hands, and slashed down against the wind. Her inner chi released a dazzling arc of light, sealing off the last possibility of her opponent's evasion. It was as though she could slice everything in her path in half. This was the most basic, and most unadorned move in Japanese kendo, downwind single slash. It was used at the right time, flawlessly. Lu Cheng's face was as calm as an ancient well. Instead, his eyes shone with interest and eagerness. His palms, burning with faint purple flames, suddenly clasped together when Chaos of Yamada struck, compressing all the flames into a tiny point. Bam! As he separated his palms, the flames exploded. The purple flames spread in all directions like a prairie fire, wearing down the 8 rays of light with terrifying heat and its own shockwaves. The first move of the fire sect, prairie fire. Clang! Lu Qing took advantage of the momentum to raise his arms and clasped his palms together again, sandwiching Kaori Karasawa's tachi in the middle. It was so precise that it was as though he had rehearsed it dozens or hundreds of times. Poof, poof, poof. The remaining 8 rays of light landed on Lu Cheng's body, but they were already spent. They barely managed to cut through his clothes, but were easily neutralized by the swelling of his muscles and skin. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Caught in the middle, Kaori Karasawa's wrist vibrated rapidly, causing the blade to vibrate incessantly like a chainsaw. At the same time, she exerted strength in her back and pulled out a razor-like glow from her feet, kicking Lu Cheng's chest consecutively. However, as soon as Lu Cheng caught the fugu ball, he sent it outwards, causing Kaori Karasawa to fly backwards in midair. Her high-frequency vibrating blade could only cut through the air current, causing the razors she pulled out from her feet to hit empty air. He didn't chase after her. Instead, he strode forward at a moderate pace, gradually forming scarlet, faint purple, and finally blazing white around him. Afraid of being ambushed, Kaori Karasawa did a graceful somersault in midair, forcefully changing her direction and drifting a dozen meters away. Just as her feet touched the ground, Lu Qing suddenly took a step forward and stomped down heavily. The mind's eye sensed something and Kaori Karasawa rolled sideways. Bam! Where she originally stood, the earth split apart, magma erupting. Scarlet-red liquid shot out like a fountain, scattering in all directions. This was the combination of a physical invulnerability expert's ability to communicate with the heavens and earth and have the advantage of home ground. Seeing that Kaori Karasawa hadn't gotten up from her roll, Lu Qing tensed his feet and extended his left leg again, communicating with the magma underground. Kaori Karasawa was at the end of her rope and couldn't dodge anymore. She thrust her tachi in front of her and infused it with her own chi. Radiance flashed and the ground trembled for a while before calming down. There was no volcanic eruption. Shinjai sect, Xidagarba takedown. At this moment, Lu Cheng was already in front of Kaori Karasawa. Light blue and gold coalesced around him. The 5 flames were ready. He clenched his fist and punched downwards. 5 balls of fire of different colors gathered in a spiral. Kaori Karasawa's pupils shrank. She didn't dare to take it head-on. She did a backflip and pulled out her katana, sending the chi ray towards Lu Cheng from below. Lu Cheng straightened his back and straightened his body. Using the explosion of the flame force in his body, he took 2 steps back and dodged the crescent-shaped blade accurately. The 5 flames that attempted to converge into one was just a feint. Scarlet, gold, and light blue flew out and blasted towards Kaori Karasawa, who was doing a backflip. Boom! 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 Kaori Karasawa gave it her all and continuously cast, shrink, to barely avoid the continuous bombardment. However, her senses were affected by the smoke and her respiratory tract was burned by the high temperature. She almost coughed out loud. At this moment, she heard a dignified ancient Chinese voice. Formation. The air around her froze. Kaori Karasawa, who had dodged to the limit, was trapped in an invisible cage. She saw the blazing white and light purple balls flying towards her from behind and above Lu Cheng. She clenched her teeth and tightened her grip on the handle of her katana. Snap! After a soft sound, a white glow broke through the cage and split the blazing white and light purple balls of fire into 2, causing them to fall to the sides. Rumble! The katana didn't hit Lu Cheng, who had dodged in advance. It left a visible crack in the ground, followed by a sonic boom. Kaori Karasawa, who had escaped danger, immediately changed directions. However, just as the sonic boom and shockwave subsided, she realized that Lu Cheng was following her like a shadow. She heard another mysterious ancient voice. Confrontation. With her fighting spirit gone, Kaori Karasawa felt as though she had returned to the Shinjai sect dojo. She felt as though she was arranging flowers and making tea. She felt as though she was looking at a Buddha statue and calming her heart. She stopped in her tracks and sheathed her katana, not wanting to draw it. However, such a state of mind was compatible with her usual training. Mind's eye was maximized and her enemy appeared clearly. This is an opportunity. Without killing intent, his premonition will be slower. Kaori Karasawa maintained her meditative state, slowly and discreetly compressing her chi, muscles, and tendons. She was going to use the flying dragon takedown on her ambushing opponent to determine victory. After the confrontation formula, Lu Cheng's hand seals changed slightly. He changed the ancient word and shouted in a low voice, "Attainment." Following which, light blue flames spewed out from his back and feet. He appeared in front of Kaori Karasawa in a flash as though he was teleporting. He was so fast that it was jaw-dropping. Attainment formula plus jet counterattack. Bam! Lu Cheng extended his right hand and grabbed the handle of Kaori Karasawa's katana, stopping her flying dragon takedown before it could be released. Bam! Under Kaori Karasawa's stunned gaze, Lu Cheng threw a punch with his left hand, landing on the arm that his opponent had hurriedly let go of her katana and raised to block. After using flame force for so long, the cold tide, which was close to losing its balance, gushed out wildly and sealed Kaori Karasawa in ice within the transparent wall. Although it was quickly melted by the surrounding high temperature, it did slow Kaori Karasawa down for a moment. In a battle of physical invulnerability, victory was decided in a matter of moments. Lu Cheng swung his left elbow and his fist bounced up, landing right in front of her forehead. Kaori Karasawa was momentarily stunned. She couldn't understand what was going on, but that name sounded familiar. Lu Cheng wins. Chapter 694. Kaori Karasawa had plenty of experience in arena matches. Although she didn't understand the referee's words, she knew exactly how the situation played out. She loosened her muscles and tendons that hadn't had the time to unleash their full power, allowing her gathered chi to dissipate. She arched her back and bowed solemnly. "Thank you for your guidance, Lu." With that, she didn't care if he understood what she meant. She picked up the katana in her scabbard and headed for the Guanwei League changing room. Her mind was in a mess. To a samurai famed for her swordsmanship, it was humiliating to be interrupted and sheathed her katana. Especially when it happened between a samurai of the same level. If it had been a few decades or centuries ago, committing suicide by disembowelment would have been a logical choice. The Shinjai sect wouldn't pursue such extremes, but it wasn't uncommon for them to sit in front of Buddha and distance themselves from pleasure. They would train their body and mind in a masochistic manner in hopes of cleansing themselves. In the recent few decades, such spirits had long faded away, leaving only remnants of their influence. However, that wasn't an excuse to accept with a clear conscience. She had made two mistakes when Lu Cheng held her katana hilt and prevented her from pulling it out. First of all, he had never used the attainment formula in combination with his self-created jet technique. No one would have thought that he could be so fast. It was a stark contrast to Meng Qi's flying dragon takedown, which he had deliberately slowed down in preparation for the flying dragon takedown in order to hide his killing intent and his premonition. However, this wasn't an absolute reason. Based on the fact that Meng Qi had mastered the attainment formula and created his own jet technique, it was reasonable to assume and take precautions in advance. Second, his confrontation formula had indeed allowed her to dissipate her fighting spirit and lose her impatience. It was as though she had returned to the Buddhist temple where she cultivated her mind's eye and entered the Shinjai realm that only her master possessed. She had the ability to reduce the premonition of flying dragon takedown and surprise her opponent. However, thinking about it now, Lu Cheng hadn't made a mistake that gave her an opportunity. He had predicted such a situation and did it on purpose. In other words, after she was influenced by her opponent, she thought she had found a loophole in her opponent's trap and found a way to counterattack. However, she had actually fallen into the second trap that he had carefully prepared. It was because of the feeling of imminent victory that she had forgotten to be wary of Lu Cheng's double-stacking speed. If that wasn't the case, even if she lost, she wouldn't have lost so quickly. Her fukunaru wouldn't have been pressed back into its scabbard. "I'm so stupid." Kaori Karasawa couldn't help but blame herself after she understood. Her heart was filled with an inexplicable grievance, but it was suppressed by her powerful spirit, so she didn't show it. She just pursed her lips tightly. Wow, Kori-chan's aggrieved look is super cute. In the major forums in Japan, many similar words appeared in an instant. My heart hurts. I want to comfort her. It's a pity that Kori-chan isn't like before. I remember when she was a teenager, if she lost, she would try to hold it in, but she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears. After all, he's already a divine ghost expert. I remember selling things like Tears of Hajime. Her opponent is really strong. He actually managed to push Kori-chan's knife back. It gives people the feeling of attacking from above and below. I've already reminded you that Lu Jun's growth is beyond your imagination. Too abnormal, too terrifying. He's not the only freak and terrifying expert in China. We have fallen behind by a lot, but those conservative and stubborn old men can't see it. Heavenly punishment, you old bastard. On the Chinese internet, similar discussions were everywhere. However, the words used to express their love were more direct. Phrases like, kiss, hug, raise up, could be seen everywhere. In the changing room of Longhu Club, Empress Luo stood in front of the glass window. Hearing the exclamations and cheers of the live audience, she took a deep breath and said, he's indeed good at fighting. It's only been 6 or 7 months since he made the great leap. At this juncture, I'm afraid only Warrior Sage has done better than him in the past 20 to 30 years. Even Dragon King is at most on par with him. Lu Yan's tone was calm, but his evaluation of Lu Jun was quite high. Ning Zitong slowly turned her head and laughed out loud. Luckily Dragon King is recuperating. If he had heard what you said just now, we wouldn't be able to see Lu Qing getting beaten up every week. That day will come sooner or later. I'm wondering if he'll take the initiative to challenge me like Long Zhen. Lu Yan's lips twitched as he cracked a rare joke. Ning Zitong rubbed her temples and sighed. Why did we name it Longhu in the first place? Every time something like this happens, I'm reminded of the saying, 2 tigers can't live on one mountain. Beside her, Guojie stared outside with a complicated expression. There was a desire to chase after Lu Qing. Lu Qing winning against Kori Karasawa was within expectations. However, no one expected him to win in such a manner. In the away team changing room, Zhu Xiaoyun, Li Pingao, Zheng Shiduo, and the rest were silent. Only Lu Yongyuan's eyebrows twitched slightly. He stood up with the god-slaying saber that had turned the tables on the legendary twins. His expression was calm, and he seemed to be enjoying himself, just like when he saw the first spring rain last night. He didn't show any signs of worry, depression, or shock at Kori Karasawa's defeat. Lu Yongyuan pushed open the door and walked out at a moderate pace. He saw the Japanese girl with a heavy expression and pursed lips. He smiled and nodded without a hint of blame. Then, he walked past her and towards the center of fiery hell. Kori Karasawa's gaze followed his figure in a daze. For a moment, she had the misconception that she was the victor. Senior Lu's state of mind has improved again. Lu Qing stood where he was. The crimson lava beneath his feet flowed slowly in the crevices. Around him, flames spewed upwards. His eyes were locked on the leisurely Lu Yongyuan. Compared to last year's master battle, this god-slaying saber's aura was completely different. He no longer had the feeling of absorbing light from the heavens and earth and bringing dusk forward. He also no longer had the hair-raising feeling of a divine weapon pressing against his forehead. He was like a woodcutter with a full load or an elder deep in thought as he fished. He had an indescribable harmony with the heavens and earth, as though he was an integral part of the painting. The more restrained and natural he is, the more terrifying the sharpness of the saber when it is unsheathed. Lu Yongyuan has washed away his dust and found his true self. Thoughts flashed through Lu Cheng's mind. He knew that his opponent had gotten stronger. During the master battle, Lu Yongyuan walked his own path and was in a state of impatience to test his saber. His sharpness was exposed and he was impetuous. But now, he had completely calmed down and returned to his original state. Only such a god-slaying saber could reach the realm of refining the head. Lu Yongyuan stopped where Kaori Karasawa was initially standing. He looked at Lu Cheng. His chiseled features moved slightly, and he revealed a smile. This time, it won't be just 9 sabers. P.S. The fight wasn't organized properly, so I had to stop here. Fewer words, you're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.